Chapter 27. Pervert. Yunxing once again ignored the fact that she was only 6 years old. In the next moment, she understood the reason behind Yi Baiming's actions. The sound of the door being pushed open could be heard. Only great magician Yang could walk freely in the temple in the middle of the night. He must have seen the light in Yi Baiming's room. In the middle of the night, a skinny, middle-aged man barged into a little boy's room. Did the old grey wolf meet an injured, proud little fox? Yunxing's mind was filled with fantasies. She didn't realize that she, a 6-year-old lowly, was hiding in a 10-year-old boy's bed in the middle of the night. Yi Baiming's bed wasn't big. It was already very cramped to accommodate 2 people. Yi Baiming had just finished treating his injuries, and his upper body had already been stripped naked by Yunxing. While Yunxing was letting her imagination run wild, she moved slightly, carefully avoiding Yi Baiming's smooth abdominal muscles. When she was sucking the blood, she realized that although Yi Baiming looked slender and handsome, his muscles were very firm. He didn't look like a 10-year-old boy at all. Injured. Demon beast. Great magician Yang looked at the bloody clothes that Yi Baiming had thrown on the ground. Yi Baiming had already gone to Yuwu mountain range many times. Every time, he had entered and exited safely. He had never been in such a sorry state like tonight. Yi Baiming turned his body sideways and tucked the blanket down naturally, covering Yunxing's restless eyes. He pretended to lie on the bed and said casually, "I had a conflict with a few hunters. There were summoners and beasts among them." Hunters were professional people in the boundless continent who specialized in all kinds of assassination, hunting, and other kinds of missions. They were mostly made up of a few types of people. Warriors above great martial masters, great magicians, and even summoners. Most of them belonged to different hunting groups. Most of them were martial grand masters and above. Their skills were extraordinary. For the sake of money, they would do anything. They were a group that made people apprehensive on the continent. It was already a miracle that Yi Baiming could escape with serious injuries under the siege of several adult hunters. The poisonous wound on his abdomen seemed to be caused by the hunter-summoner's beast. "Has the wound been treated?" Great Magus Yang's tone was cold, without a trace of warmth. The interaction between the two of them didn't seem like the interaction between master and disciple, but more like, Yunxing pondered, unable to discern the relationship between Yi Baiming and great magician Yang. "I applied some hemostatic flowers." Yi Baiming frowned slightly. The little wild cat under him moved restlessly. He could feel her delicate nose rubbing against his chest. Noticing that something was wrong with Yi Baiming, great magician Yang took a step forward and said, "Let me take a look." Seeing that he was about to remove the blanket first, Yunxing, who was hiding under the blanket, felt her heart almost jump out of her throat. "You were the one who sent them." Yi Baiming suddenly tensed up and pushed great magician Yang away with one hand. Yunxing wasn't on guard and the bridge of her nose bumped into his wound. The wound that had just stopped bleeding burst open again. Warm blood flowed down Yunxing's cheek. A hand quickly reached under the blanket and quickly wrote a few words on Yunxing's back, "Don't make a sound." After great magician Yang heard these words, his hand that was about to test Yi Baiming paused. He laughed dryly, "How is that possible? You're my disciple. What good would it do me to hurt you? Perhaps you didn't want them to kill me. You just wanted to test me and see how strong I really am. Don't worry, I promise to give you my magic soul as long as you can heal my eyes." Yi Baiming's blood had already soaked the blanket. Yunxing could smell the thick scent of blood. Magic soul. Eyes? Yunxing's eyes suddenly widened. Their conversation was very strange. Why was she so confused when she heard it? She couldn't understand what they were talking about even after a long time. "That's right. That was our agreement. As long as I heal your eyes, you will give me your magic soul, your unparalleled magic soul. 5 years have passed, and there's only one step left in my magic array. As long as you can find a 200-year-old magical beast soul stone, I'll be able to heal your eyes. Great Magus Young couldn't help becoming excited, his eyes filled with excitement. I will abide by our agreement. Find a 200-year-old magic beast soul stone and immediately get out of my room. Yi Baiming already felt a wave of dizziness. He clenched his teeth and held on to his last breath of Do Qi. He knew that Great Magus Yang was an incomparably cruel person. If he couldn't hold on and collapsed, Yunsheng, who was hiding under the blankets and had eavesdropped on Great Magus Yang's shocking secret, would definitely die. Then you rest well. I'll wait for your soul stone. Great Magician Yang smiled. He was already used to Yi Baiming's impudence. Geniuses were often arrogant and unruly. Yi Baiming was a genius, but he couldn't escape from the palm of his hand. Under the blanket, Yunsheng was startled by the conversation between the two. Using his magic soul in exchange for his eyesight. It wasn't until Great Magician Yang left the room that Yi Baiming finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted for the second time. This time, he didn't wake up until the latter half of the night. His first reaction when he woke up was to touch his pillow out of habit. There was always a sword beside his pillow. His movements were too big and pulled at his wound. He couldn't help but groan. If you don't want to live, then move again and drink this bowl of brown sugar water. Yunsheng opened her large eyes and removed the wet cloth from Yi Baiming's forehead. After Great Magician Yang left, Yi Baiming's physical strength couldn't take it anymore and he lost too much blood. He had a high fever that didn't subside. Luckily, Yunsheng helped him with heat dissipation treatment in time. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, his brain would have been damaged. What the hell is that? I don't eat sweets. Yi Baiming smelled a trace of sweetness and turned his head away in disgust. But in the next moment, his tall nose was pinched by a pair of soft little hands and the hard edge of the bowl hit his teeth. Yunsheng forcefully pinched Yi Baiming's nose and forced the large bowl of brown sugar water into his mouth. Little wild cat, you dare to force medicine into my mouth. You know who I am. Yi Baiming was like an angry wolf cub. He grabbed Yunsheng's collar and acted like he was about to explode. I'm saving your life. I don't care what kind of dirty business you have with Great Magician Yang. Under my, Yunsheng's, there has never been a patient that I can't save. If you want to have a chance to see your mother again, you'll have to eat whatever I feed you for the next few days. Yunsheng wasn't flustered. Her words were clear and pleasant to the ear. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Baiming's hand froze. He mumbled, "How do you know about my mother?" You were talking nonsense when you had a high fever. You called out for your mother for several hours and didn't let go of my hand. You're better than me. My mother died a long time ago. Yunsheng curled her lips and said carelessly. There was a moment of silence in the room. Yi Baiming's handsome face had a suspicious expression. He softly said, "I'm sorry. Don't worry. Everything you said last night was nonsense. What I heard was also nonsense. I won't say a single word." Yunsheng understood that knowing too much would shorten one's life. She checked Yi Baiming's wound. After confirming that it had healed, she took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark to quietly sneak back home. After Yunsheng left, Yi Baiming sat on the bed as if in meditation. He took out an exquisite ring from his body. It was a storage ring. There were several soul stones stored in the ring. One of them was a 200-year-old magical beast soul stone. Chapter 28. By the time Yunsheng returned home, the pheasants in the mountains had already crowed 2 or 3 times. She carried the remaining hemostatic agent in her hand as she thought about Yi Baiming and Great Magus Yang's words. Magic soul, vision. Actually, when Yi Baiming's high fever hadn't subsided, she had also secretly checked Yi Baiming's eyes while giving him a cold compress. Yunxing used a dilated pupil examination that didn't require too much medical equipment. She used a small amount of saline water and dripped it into Yi Baiming's eyes. She found that his cornea had been completely necrotic. Looking at the situation, it should have been necrotic for many years. His eyesight was also completely damaged. In this kind of situation, unless he could perform a modern cornea transplant and find a transplantable pair of corneas, it was impossible for his eyes to recover. Although she didn't know what a magic soul was, there was one thing that Yunxing was certain of. Great Magus Yang had deceived Yi Baiming. Magic, could it be that it was so miraculous that it could regenerate the dead flesh and restore the necrotic nerves? Impossible. At least, it was impossible with Great Magus Yang's cultivation. Yunxing was thinking about this and only returned to her senses when she reached the door of her house. Earlier, when she found out that Yi Baiming was injured, she sent Xiao He home first and hid in her bed, pretending that she had already returned home. The rooster crowed 3 times before the sky turned white. According to common sense, at this time, her father, Yun Sanghai, should still be hungover and unconscious. Therefore, Yunxing didn't climb through the window, but directly slipped in through the front door. Just as she stepped into her room, she suddenly heard a pop and the kerosene lamp in the room lit up. Yun Sanghai waited by the window, his gaze cold. Yunxing had never seen Yun Sanghai like this in her life. On the bed, Xiao He curled up on the floor and barked at Yunxing pitifully. Yun Sanghai shot them a look, and Yunxing and Xiao He both shuddered. Father. Yunxing cleared her throat and quickly came up with a believable excuse in her mind. Sheng knows that she was wrong. I shouldn't have stayed out all night in the temple to make hemostatic medicine. After saying that, she handed over the hemostatic agent in her hand. Why are there bloodstains on your body? Yun Sanghai ignored Yunxing's medicine. His sharp eyes saw a small bloodstain on Yunxing's lapel. It was left behind by Yunxing when she was cleaning Yi Baiming's wounds. She was so distracted that she didn't notice the bloodstains on her body. That's... A daughter knew her father best. Yunxing's mind was filled with countless excuses, but they were all overturned by her in an instant. She knew that Yun Sanghai was not someone who could be easily fooled. Someone in the temple was injured, and I helped him treat his wounds. Yunxing gave a rough account of what happened, including the conversation between Yi Baiming and the great magician Yang. She thought that Yun Sanghai would be dismissive of her words. After all, who would easily believe that the highly respected great magician of the temple was a bad sorcerer who studied forbidden magic? On the boundless continent, even children knew that magic consisted of the 4 major elements: wind, water, earth, and fire. There were also some secondary magic from the side branches. However, there was one type of magic that, although it was also a secondary magic, had always been the most unorthodox existence in all of magic. Regardless of whether it was the temple or ordinary sorcerers, they all kept it a secret. That was forbidden magic. Forbidden magic was also known as dark magic. It was a type of magic that opposed light magic. Sorcerers who studied dark magic were known as dark sorcerers. The most notorious forbidden magic in the history of the continent was known as the Wrath of 100 Ghosts. Legend had it that it was invented by a dark sorcerer called Lin more than 1,000 years ago. It caused the most powerful empire on the continent, the Jura Empire, to be reduced to a pile of bones in a single night. Because of that magic, Lin himself was hunted down by the various countries on the continent, including the temple, the Zhao state, and the Hunters Guild. In the end, a few great sorcerers from the temple worked together and used fire magic to burn him alive with the holy flames of all sounds. After Lin's death, the temple issued an edict that anyone who studied forbidden magic was to be killed without mercy. Forbidden magic became a taboo for sorcerers on the continent. However, there were still many sorcerers who secretly studied dark magic in order to pursue powerful magic. Among them, there was no lack of sorcerers working in the temple. A large part of the reason why Great Sorcerer Yang was willing to guard the Jiaoya temple was because he wanted to make use of this remote mountain village's temple to carry out a shameful soul transplant. After Yunxing finished speaking, she looked at her father nervously, afraid that he would reprimand her. Yun Songhai was silent for a long time. From today onwards, you don't have to go to the temple anymore. Father. You believe me. Even Yunxing couldn't understand what Great Sorcerer Yang was trying to do. Yun Songhai actually understood. You are my daughter. I have no reason to not believe your words. The sky gradually brightened. In the first rays of dawn, seeing his daughter's careful and tired little face, Yun Songhai firmly said these words. His words were short but powerful. This was a typical reply from the Yun family. Yunxing realized that her father was a little different today. He had changed into clean clothes, and the stubble on his face had been shaved off. He looked clean and fresh, as if he had suddenly become a few years younger. She could vaguely see Yun Songhai's youthful appearance. Xing do you really want to learn magic? Yun Songhai suddenly changed the topic. His eyes were burning as he looked at his astonished daughter. Yes. I don't. Yunxing nodded and shook her head. She didn't forget the promise she made to her father, but she didn't want to lie to him. I want to, but I can't gather magical elements. That's because you lack a Dharma soul compared to others. These days, Yun Songhai had seen all of Yunxing's little tricks. She had gone to the mountains to pick moonlight grass and make moonlight herbs in order to become a sorcerer's apprentice. Dharma soul. This was the second time Yunxing had heard this completely unfamiliar term today. Great Sorcerer Yang had mentioned Dharma souls. He wanted to exchange Dharma souls with Yi Baiming. Her father, Yun Songhai, had also mentioned Dharma souls. However, the village chief and the sorcerers in the temple had never mentioned this unfamiliar term to the children in the village. That's right, Dharma soul, also known as the soul of magic. Yun Songhai spread out his hands. It was a pair of typical sorcerer's hands, slender and nimble. It was also a father's hand, strong and steady. Yun Songhai had a magic testing crystal in his hand. Chapter 29. The magic testing crystal was used to initiate magic. In the past 3 years, Yunxing had repeatedly tested it in the banana leaf temple. Every time, the crystal was dull. Yunxing did not understand why her father took out the magic testing crystal again. I know what you are thinking. In fact, the magic testing crystal is not used to test magic elements, but to test the magic soul. At this moment, Yun Songhai's expression was solemn. His clear eyes were filled with reverence. Yun Songhai, at this moment, revealed his essence as an outstanding mage. He came from an illustrious background. The information he came into contact with regarding magic and the backward banana leaf temple was simply the difference between heaven and earth. What he said next completely overturned Yunxing's understanding of the world of magic. Strictly speaking, this world did not lack magic elements. In the air, in the water, in the soil, there were magic elements surging everywhere. What made mages different from ordinary people was their ability to use magic elements. Generally speaking, this magic element ability was known as the magic soul. The magic soul was like a generator in Yunxing's modern knowledge. It converted all kinds of natural resources into magic power, stored it in the mage's body, and transformed it into all kinds of powerful magic. There were many factors that determined the strength of the magic soul. Apart from talent, most people's magic souls were inherited. This was also why many ancient mage families would continue to nurture similarly powerful mages. However, there was also a situation called the magic soul mutation. It was a mutation of the magic soul after a mage married a warrior, mage, or summoner. There were good and bad magic soul mutations. A good mutation could nurture an incomparably powerful magic soul. However, a bad mutation could nurture magic blindness. In other words, the descendants of mages who did not have a magic soul. Yun Sheng was undoubtedly one of those cases where her Dharma soul had mutated. Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing were talented mages. Hu Jiuxing himself was a rare summoner above the scepter level. However, their daughter Yunxing's magic soul had undergone a bad mutation. After listening to Yun Songhai's words, Yunxing was silent. She finally understood why she could not condense the moonlight grass even though she had been using it. It was because she did not have a magic soul. Just like a puppet without a soul, she would never be able to cultivate magic. It is because of this that I have always opposed you learning magic. Yun Songhai stroked Yunxing's head. He felt guilty towards Yunxing. Him and ninth sister were a cursed union. Fortunately, you are very talented in medicine. Your hemostatic agent is the best hemostatic agent I have ever seen. I have already decided. In a few days, I will bring you away from Banana Leaf Village. We will go to Zhou State's imperial capital, Yujing City. The villagers of Banana Leaf Village did not recognize the hemostatic agent, but Yun Songhai recognized it at a glance. This was the first time he truly recognized his daughter's talent in medicine. This child should not be covered in dust because of his decadence. She should enter the Medicine Emperor Pavilion through the family's recommendation and undergo more systematic medical studies. Even if she had no fate with magic, she could rely on her talent in medicine to gain the attention of her family and the country. This was also the last thing he could do for her as a father. Yujing City was the imperial capital of Zhou State. In the boundless land, there were many strong countries. There were many duchies and small countries. Among them, the most famous were Zhou State, later Qin, Pinglai, Immortal Abode, and Tangyuan. The furthest place the 6-year-old Yunxing had ever been to was Taisheng Town, which was only half a day's journey away. Now that Yun Songhai suddenly said that they were leaving Banana Leaf Village and going to Zhou State's imperial capital, Yujing City, she could not help but be surprised. If it were any other child, they would definitely be overjoyed. However, Yunxing had lived 2 lives and was a doctor with extremely sharp senses. She had already sensed that something was wrong with Yun Songhai. There was no joy in her father's words. Instead, there was a sense of disappointment. Yunxing was very familiar with this tone. In her previous life, her grandfather had called her to his bedside a few days before he passed away. He had used a similar tone and said similar words. An ominous feeling lingered in her heart and did not dissipate for a long time. "Father, why are we going to Yujing City?" Yunxing had never heard Yun Songhai mention her background. She thought that her father was her only family member. "Our Yun family is a prominent family in Yujing City. Your grandfather, second uncle, and third aunt are all in Xingjing. They are all famous martial artists in Zhou State." Yun Songhai could obviously see the worry that flashed across his daughter's eyes. Xing was very sensible. Even when she received such big news, she was still calm and composed. All these years, he had deliberately been indifferent. Finally, he had helped her develop a good temperament to not be alarmed. With her temperament, even if she returned to Yujing City, she would definitely be able to handle the possible changes in her family. Since Yun Songhai had already made his decision, Yunxing could not find any more excuses. Yunxing could only do as she was told. However, Yunxing still requested Yun Songhai to give her half a month's extension. She had to clearly explain the matter of the hemostatic agent in her hands to the villagers. Yun Songhai remembered that the village chief of Banana Leaf Village had taken care of them over the years, so he agreed to Yunxing's request. Yunxing had mixed feelings as she handed the remaining half-bottle of hemostatic agent to the village chief's grandfather. When the village chief found out that Yunxing and her father were leaving, he was also reluctant to part with them. However, he still decided to send the hemostatic agent to Taisheng town the next day to appraise its grade. Even though Yun Songhai forbade Yunxing from going to the temple again, Yunxing still secretly went there. She was still worried about Yi Baiming's injuries. Even though she still felt that the kid had a big mouth, as a competent doctor, she still had to ensure that her patient was full of energy after the surgery. It's actually almost healed. Your physique can be called a cockroach. Yunxing discovered that Yi Baiming's serious injuries had almost healed overnight. His recovery ability was comparable to Xiao Hei's. Xiao Hei was a magical beast. A magical beast's physique was originally much better than a human's. Yi Baiming's face was sour. He didn't thank her and casually threw out a set of animal bones. This set of bones from the berserk corpse cow is your consultation fee. He had already discovered that the knife that Yunxing used to cut off the rotten meat was made from the tusks of the golden rhino boar. The corner of Yunxing's mouth twitched. What kind of taste did this person have? He actually gave her this kind of thing as a disguised gift. Yunxing had misunderstood Yi Baiming. Night Fox had been a man for 10 years, but this was the first time he had given a girl something. How would he know what to give? Besides, Yunxing's preferences couldn't be measured by the standards of a normal girl. However, after she touched the set of bones of the berserk corpse cow that was like white jade, her small face immediately rippled like a flower. This thing could definitely be made into a different set of bone needles or even bone knives. It was much better than the tusks of the golden rhino boar. Visually, it should be the bones of a magical beast that was more than 100 years old. How can I accept it? I'll reluctantly accept it. Yunxing said as she nimbly kept the set of animal bones. Even though your physique is good, you still have to be careful in the future. You can't be poisoned by similar poisons. Otherwise, after I leave in a few days, no one will be able to treat you. Chapter 30. When he heard that Yunxing was leaving, Yi Baiming's handsome face underwent a subtle change. Even he himself hadn't anticipated this change. You're leaving. Isn't your home in Banana Leaf Village? Yi Baiming suddenly realized that he knew too little about this little wild cat. I'm not from Banana Leaf Village. 6 years ago, when I was still a baby, my father brought me to Banana Leaf Village. Yunxing said as she rebandaged Yi Baiming's wounds. In an instant, Yi Baiming felt as if someone had cast a freezing spell on him. His entire body stiffened, and even speaking became difficult. Unconsciously, she had let down her guard against Yi Baiming. That night, when Yi Baiming had a high fever, the scene of him muddle-headedly calling out for his mother was still vivid in her mind. From his words, it wasn't hard to tell that he had suffered a lot when he was young. Father recently decided to bring me back to the main family. It said that my main family is a very prestigious family. There, I can receive better medical training. Yunxing's movements were very skillful. Yi Baiming almost didn't feel any pain. He could only occasionally feel Yunxing's shallow breathing. Her already warm and delicate fingers inadvertently touched his abdomen. What did she look like in the end? For the first time, Yi Baiming's indifferent heart had this strange feeling. It was a strong desire to see the appearance of the girl in front of him. She must have a pair of intelligent and bright eyes, a small face, and soft hair. After this desire, there was a kind of emptiness that made people feel suffocated. In the end, he couldn't imagine it with his own eyes. He couldn't see the little wild cat's appearance. She would be leaving in a few days. The continent was boundless. He might never have the chance to see her again. Yi Baiming pursed his lips. As he had been blind since he was young, he had learned to hide his emotions early on. But at this moment, he no longer wanted to hide his thoughts. He stretched out his hand hesitantly. Just as he was about to touch Yunxing's face and use his hand to see her silhouette clearly, a commotion that sounded like a broken gong came from the entrance of the temple. Not good, Great Magus Yang. Something has happened. The village chief has been injured by someone. A few villagers from Banana Leaf Village had bruised noses and swollen faces. They spoke in hoarse voices as they hurriedly sent the village chief into the temple. Around noon, the village head took several villagers to Taisheng town to find the local drugstore to identify the quality of the hemostatic agent. The village head was very confident in Yunxing's medicine. He found the pharmacies that had refused to accept his hemostatic flowers earlier and invited the owners of those pharmacies over. When the pharmacy owners saw the half bottle of hemostatic agent made by Yunxing, their faces changed on the spot. The villagers of Banana Leaf Village might not know, but how could they, who had been selling hemostatic agents all year round, not know? The hemostatic agent's quality was very good. There were almost no impurities. What was even more valuable was that the effect was almost 50% better than a normal hemostatic agent. If this hemostatic agent was circulated on the market, who would patronize their shop's hemostatic agent? Seeing the pharmacy owners' faces change, the village head felt elated. But who would have thought that at this time, Ding Lei's father, who was a martial grand master, would bring a group of villagers from Flaming Rock Village to barge in. Ding Lei's father immediately accused Banana Leaf Village of buying the hemostatic agent from outside. He even said that they had used the hemostatic agent sold by Medicine Emperor Pavilion to pass it off as Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic agent. The pharmacy owners immediately changed their tune and insisted that the villagers of Banana Leaf Village were faking it. They even smashed the hemostatic agent on the spot. The village head couldn't take it anymore and started fighting with the villagers from Flaming Rock Village. They brought a magus over. He could have escaped safely, but it's all our fault for being useless. We were restrained by the villagers from Flaming Rock Village and the village head was. The villagers wiped the corners of their eyes as they sobbed. The village head's grandfather was a wind and water magus. His strength was equivalent to 2 magi of a single element. Logically speaking, even if the other party was a martial grand master, it would be difficult for them to restrain him. However, the other party had invited a magus. With a martial grand master and a magus, it was difficult for 2 hands to fight against 4 fists. The village head had to help a few villagers and was defeated. News of the village head's accident quickly spread throughout Banana Leaf Village. The few hundred households in the village were all gathered outside the temple. When Grandma Lu rushed over, she saw the village head covered in injuries. No matter how much she shouted, it was useless. She cried miserably. When Yunxing heard everything the villagers had to say, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She clenched her fists, but then she calmed down. The Flaming Rock Village was clearly provoking them. Ding Lei's father had even invited a magus to help. This was clearly premeditated. Revenge must be taken, but the first thing to do was to save the village head. The village head's grandfather's injuries weren't ordinary. They were left behind by Ding Lei's father and the magus. The other party was also a fire magus. Not only did the village head's grandfather have internal injuries caused by battle techniques, but the most troublesome were the burns caused by magic. More than 90% of the injuries on his body were burns. Such a large area of burns was beyond Yunxing's current ability to treat. Yunxing looked at the village head's grandfather and recalled the care he had given her in the past. Her eyes were filled with tears of unwillingness. Great Magus Yang is here. Everyone, make way. Great Magus Yang walked forward and looked at the village head's injuries. He shook his head. The burns are too serious. The internal injuries are also very serious. He can't be saved. Great Magus Yang's words were undoubtedly the same as sentencing the village head's grandfather to death. Even the great Magus of the temple couldn't do anything. When Grandma Lu heard this, a buzzing sound came from her chest and she fainted. The villagers' expressions were also gloomy as they looked at the village head. They had always regarded the village head as their backbone. Could they really not save him? Just at this moment, a completely different voice sounded. No, he can be saved. All the villagers looked in the direction of the voice. Great Magus Yang's face sank and he coldly snorted, I said he can't be saved. With such serious burns, even if he can be saved, he will die from dehydration. In addition, he also has internal injuries. Everyone knew that burns were one of the most difficult injuries to treat on the continent. Because the patient was severely dehydrated, they had to be hydrated. But if someone fed them water, it would cause the wounds to fester. He can be saved. I said he can be saved. The burns were caused by fire magic. You can use magic to treat his burns. As for his internal injuries and dehydration, I will treat them. Yunxing said this and puffed out her small chest. At that moment, her eyes were unwavering and her tone didn't leave any room for refutation. You will save him. What right do you have? In the small banana leaf village, no one dared to question Great Magus Yang's intentions. A little herbalist actually dared to use this kind of tone to speak to him. The veins on Great Magus Yang's forehead bulged as he angrily glared at Yunxing. The two of them were like two extremely angry magic beasts. Neither of them wanted to back down. Because it's a living life. No one can blaspheme the dignity of life, Yunxing said word by word in a clear voice. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to her previous life. She was that decisive and murderous godly doctor. Chapter 31. What a righteous speech. Why don't you take a look at the village chief's appearance? Who is it because of? You're just a mere herb gatherer. How can you treat an injury that even the doctors can't treat? Great Magician Yang mocked. If you try, you might not die. If you don't try, you can only die. Great Magician Yang, if you were the patient's family, which one would you choose? Yunxing didn't argue with Great Magician Yang anymore. She was very experienced in this area. Sometimes, the key to whether a treatment could be successfully carried out was not the patient himself, but the family. Her bright eyes were fixed on Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu had already been saved by the villagers. After hearing Yunxing's words, she hugged Yunxing as if she had seen her savior. Xiao Xing, is what you said true? Can the old man really be saved? In the hearts of the simple villagers, they didn't care about magic or treatment. They only hoped that their village chief could wake up again. Then save him. Xiao Xing, you saved Grandma Lu. I believe you can save the old man too. Great Magician Yang, I beg you. Just do as Xiao Xing says. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, I won't blame anyone. Grandma Lu wiped away her tears. She had lost her sense of propriety just now. In the early years, when the old man was still in the military camp, she had also experienced dangerous times. Every time, her old man had been able to survive. When he retired from the military camp, he had even said that this time, he wouldn't let her worry anymore. He would accompany her until she couldn't walk anymore and live a good life together in their hometown, Banana Leaf Village. The villagers were also infected by Grandma Lu's firm belief. They also begged Great Magician Yang to save the village chief. Great Magician Yang didn't say anything on the surface, but in his heart, he hated Yunxing very much. To save the village chief, he had to use light magic. For a great magician like him, after using light magic once, his body would be weak for a long time. At this critical juncture when he planned to transplant Yi Baiming's Dharma soul, using up his magic power to save a poor villager. Yunsheng, I'll settle this score in the future. Great Magus Yang reluctantly agreed with the villagers. He asked all the villagers to leave, leaving only Yunsheng and 2 other villagers as helpers. He had no choice but to leave Yunsheng behind. After all, he had to hand over the post-treatment to her. Yang Damo took out his magic scepter. His scepter was embedded with 2 magic soul stones, symbolizing his magic cultivation as an archmagus. However, the color of the soul stones on his magic staff was not any of the 4 natural magical elements that Yunsheng knew about magic. Instead, they were 2 oval-shaped soul stones that looked like white marble. Yunsheng's basic knowledge of the magic scepter came from her grandfather. Grandpa Village Chief told the children who had participated in the Dharma Temple's initiation that in the Boundless Land, only mages were qualified to possess magic staffs. A magic staff was a symbol of wealth and power. The level of a magic staff was not only related to the bones of the magical beasts used to make it, but also related to the magic soul stones. Only after a sorcerer had passed the test in the Temple of Magic and obtained the certification of a sorcerer could they go to the magic tool shop to customize their personal magic staff. The corresponding sorcerer's scepter would be embedded with magical beast soul stones. The more soul stones there were, the higher the level of the sorcerer, and they would form a complete magic soul chain. From mages to the highest level of gods and magi, the number of magical beast soul stones embedded in the magic staff would be Mage, 1, Great Magus, 2, Great Magus, 3, Great Magus, 4, Sky Magus, 5, Sanctuary Guardian King, 6, Mage Overlord, 7, and God and Magi, 8. Generally speaking, fire mages would embed magical beast soul stones of the fire element. It was the same for the other elements. If it was a dual-element magus like Grandpa Village Head, he could only choose one type of magical beast soul stone to be embedded into his magic staff. Grandpa Village Head personally chose to embed a water-type magical beast soul stone in his magic staff. Since it was the element that a magus majored in, Grandpa Village Head personally chose the water-type magical beast soul stone. This meant that although he was a dual-element mage, when he used a magic staff, his water-element magic power would be higher than his wind-element magic power. After Great Magus Yang came to Banana Leaf Village, he had never revealed his magic attribute in front of others. This was Yunsheng's first time seeing him use magic. As he waved his magic staff, white magic elements continuously streaked out like meteors, forming a magic array that shone with the light of stars. Water was blue, fire was red, wind was green, and earth was yellow. The white color represented the light element magic elements. With Great Magus Yang's chanting, the magic array was completed. Countless tadpole-sized light element magic elements were like a layer of white fog, enveloping Grandpa Village Chief's burned body. This was an incomparably miraculous scene. As a healer, Yunsheng had never seen such a scene. The tadpole-sized magical elements were very active. They moved their elemental tails and scrambled to drill into Grandpa Village Chief's body. The charred skin split open, the withered dead flesh fell off, and the dried veins melted. Pink new flesh quickly grew out like bamboo shoots after the spring rain, and the veins and smooth skin that were full of vitality also grew out. Light element magic. This was Yunsheng's second time directly facing the power of magic. The first time was when Yi Baiming used the fire wolf to devour Ding Lei of Flaming Rock Village. The second time was this light element healing spell that was known as the most powerful magic in the world. Only, the first time Yunsheng felt the cruelty of death. And this time, she felt the joy of a new life. Although the light element was mystical, it was also one of the most stringent types of magic. It had especially high demands on the mage's ability to control it. After this treatment, Great Magus Yang's face looked even more withered, as if he had aged a few years. On the other hand, Grandpa Village Chief's skin that had been burned by the fire magic had basically healed. At least from the outside, he didn't look like a seriously injured person. However, Grandpa Village Chief's condition didn't get much better. He was still unconscious, and his breathing and pulse were getting weaker and weaker. This was like treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Just relying on Great Magus Yang's light element magic wasn't enough to completely heal Grandpa Village Chief's injuries. It's your turn. Great Magus Yang's face was tired, but his face revealed a sick sense of schadenfreude. In just a short month of getting along, including the hemostatic medicine from before, Yunsheng had shown that she had astonishing talent as a healer. And this talent was what Great Magus Yang had been chasing after since he was young. He was a narrow-minded person. At this moment, as a mage of the temple, not only did he not want the injured person to live, he even secretly hoped that Grandpa Village Chief would die miserably. That way, he would be able to see this arrogant and ignorant little girl on the verge of collapse. To him, the joy of personally destroying a genius was enormous. Chapter 32. During the entire healing process, Yunsheng stood to the side and watched without saying a word. When Great Magus Yang taunted her and asked her to take over the next step of the treatment, she didn't back down at all. She ordered the two villagers who were carrying the village chief in, "Uncle Li, prepare a few clean and thin reeds for me, a few bamboo sticks as thick as an arm, and some good liquor. Uncle Zhao, prepare salt and sugar for me, a large amount of warm water, and a few white creek stones." Yunsheng's words didn't sound like it had anything to do with the treatment. Great Magus Yang sneered at the side. He wanted to see what Yunsheng could do. At this moment, Yi Baiming had also walked out of the house. He had also heard the argument between Yunsheng and Great Magus Yang. She clearly knew that Great Magus Yang was a dangerous black magician, but she still wanted to compete with him. That night, she said, "I, Yunsheng, have never failed to cure a patient." Where did her confidence and arrogance come from? She was just a 6-year-old girl. The things that Yunsheng needed were quickly prepared. Outside the temple, everyone, including Grandma Lu, was anxiously waiting for the results of the village chief's treatment. The few villagers who had sent the village chief back were also full of doubts. When the village chief was injured, they had also looked for the pharmacists in Taisheng town. Almost everyone said the same thing as Great Magus Yang: they couldn't save him. How could they bet the village chief's life on a 6-year-old girl? Would a miracle really happen? In the Dharma temple, Yunsheng was already fully equipped. The treatment this time was much more difficult than the treatment with the two-headed hound. What Yunsheng was about to do now was beyond the knowledge of the boundless world. Fortunately, there were only 4 people present in the temple. The 2 villagers didn't know anything about medicine. Great Magician Yang only knew about magic healing and magic potions. He didn't know much about ancient medicine. As for Yi Baiming, he was blind. Yunsheng had already thought it through. At worst, she would just say that this set of medical skills was passed down by her mother. Yunsheng took out a set of bone needles and a uniquely shaped scalpel made of animal bones. Great Magus Yang raised his eyebrows, but didn't pay too much attention to it. Just as Yunsheng thought, the difference between ancient medicine and magic treatment was like the difference between mountains. For thousands of years, although the two had been fighting and competing with each other, there had never been a magician or a doctor who really crossed the line to understand each other. Yunsheng mixed the salt, sugar, and white creek stone powder together. White creek stone is a special fermentation stone used by the commoners of the boundless continent to make various kinds of pasta. It contains a portion of sodium hydrogen phthalate, which is the modern definition of soda powder. Dehydration was an extremely dangerous situation on the boundless continent. Only a magician who was proficient in water magic and above could treat it. However, for a magician of that level, let alone a village like Banana Leaf Village, there were only a few in an entire country. These people had long been conferred the title of Marquis. It was even more impossible for them to come to a remote place like Banana Leaf Village to treat commoners. That was why Great Magus Yang said that the village chief couldn't be saved. What was that? Was there a medicine that could be made with salt, sugar, and stone powder? Was there such a medicine among ancient medicines? Great Magus Yang watched as Yunxing first fed the village chief a few mouthfuls of medicine, but she quickly gave up on feeding him. This was because Yunxing discovered that the village chief's pupils were already showing signs of dilation. His breathing was also becoming disordered. Also, his pulse was gradually weakening. This was a sign of severe dehydration in his body, causing his internal organs to fail. It was too late to only use oral rehydration salt and sugar. Yunxing had already prepared for the worst. She quickly laid the village chief flat. Then, she took out 2 bamboo joints and a very flexible reed rod that had only one hole. She connected the two together to form a simple injection device. Severe dehydration required intravenous injection. They could only directly replenish his body fluids. Yunxing's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Her slender fingers tightly gripped the syringe. She activated the jade marrow technique in her body and silently injected her internal energy into the flexible reed rod. The reed rod immediately tightened like a metal needle and pierced into the village chief's vein. Under the effect of the jade marrow technique, the salt and sugar in the bamboo joints flowed through the veins and rapidly replenished the village chief's lost body fluid. After the injection, the village head's pulse gradually stabilized. His chest, which was originally faintly rising and falling, started to rise and fall more obviously. His grayish-white lips also started to regain color. When the village chief opened his eyes with difficulty, he let out a weak cry. "Xiao Xing, it's you." Yunxing's hand, which was holding the infusion device, trembled slightly. The most difficult moment had passed. For the remaining internal injuries, she only needed to use the soul-curing divine needle a few more times. 2 dimples appeared on her sweaty cheeks. She bent down and whispered into the village chief's ear, "Welcome back, Grandpa Village Chief." Great Magus Yang was dumbstruck. The 2 villagers in Yi Baiming Temple were instantly overjoyed. One of them went forward to check, while the other hurriedly ran out to report the victory to the other villagers. A moment later, there was a hubbub of voices outside the temple. The villagers rushed in like a tide, squeezing the temple's door until it was on the verge of collapsing. Grandma Lu staggered in with the help of someone. When she saw the village chief, who had already woken up, she couldn't help but cry. Yunxing indicated for the villagers not to disturb the village chief. He still needed to rest. Grandma Lu walked to the village chief's side. The 2 pairs of hands, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, held tightly together. Just as they had promised back then, they would stay in Banana Leaf Village together and grow old together. Yunxing's success meant that Great Magus Yang had failed. Even though he had expended his magic power to save the village chief, in the eyes of the villagers of Banana Leaf Village, the person who had saved the village chief wasn't him, but Yunxing. Great Magus Yang witnessed this scene and was filled with jealousy and hatred. He glanced at Yunxing and only said a few words. "Good, very good. Let's wait and see." Yunxing retreated to the side like a bystander. She just watched quietly, as if she wasn't the one who had used her medical skills to save the dying and heal the injured. This operation wasn't completely fruitless for Yunxing. She felt that her jade marrow technique had improved a lot during the treatment. Her other cultivation techniques had also improved to varying degrees. Medical skills and the Yen family's cultivation techniques really complemented each other. Yunxing looked indifferent, but if someone were to look into Yunxing's eyes, they would definitely notice something. Her gaze was deep like a demonic beast that had been accumulating power for a long time. The village chief's injuries wouldn't be in vain. The people of Flaming Rock Village would definitely pay with blood. Chapter 33. A few days later, early in the morning, when the first rays of dawn passed through the picturesque tiles and landed in front of Taisheng Town's largest medicine shop, the 100 Herb Shop. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door broke the silence of the town's morning. During this hour, the owner of the 100 Herb Shop, Ding Fa, had yet to get up. The shop assistant opened the door reluctantly with sleepy eyes, muttering to himself about who was disturbing his sleep so early in the morning. Outside the door, a few medicine shop owners with disheveled clothes and messy hair had uneasy expressions on their faces. The shop assistant took a closer look. Weren't these the owners of the town's medicine shops? Why had they all rushed over so early in the morning? He could tell at a glance that something big had happened. Quickly call Boss Ding out. The owner of the 100 Herb Shop was Ding Fa, the second son of the village head of Rock Village. Ding Fa's elder brother was the martial grandmaster who had injured the village head last time, Ding Mao. The two brothers relied on the medicinal herb resources of Rock Village and Ding Mao's identity as a martial grandmaster to monopolize the local sales of the hemostatic flower in Taisheng Town. The two brothers were the ones who had pushed aside the hemostatic flower of Banana Leaf Village and framed the hemostatic medicine as counterfeit goods. They had united all the medicine shops in Taisheng Town with the price of 100 silver coins a month and the threat of force. A few days ago, the village head's grandfather had been seriously injured and was carried back to Banana Leaf Village. The Ding brothers had even booked the town's restaurant to celebrate. They had all thought that Banana Leaf Village would collapse sooner or later without its dual elemental magus. Boss Ding, something bad has happened. Someone is giving out hemostatic medicine for free in the town's largest restaurant. Everyone knew that the hemostatic flower was a raw material used to make hemostatic medicine. Most medicine shops bought hemostatic flowers for the purpose of making hemostatic medicine. The price of hemostatic medicine was several times that of the hemostatic flower. It could be said to be the main source of income for most medicine shops in town. The town's restaurant was the place with the largest flow of people. Merchants from all over the town and some hunters who passed by Taisheng Town would all gather in the restaurant. Now, someone was actually giving out hemostatic medicine for free in a place like a restaurant. Moreover, the quality of the hemostatic medicine was much better than the ones in the medicine shops. The hunters and merchants immediately changed their minds. These days, no one was interested in the hemostatic medicine in the various medicine shops. Is there such a thing? Have you found out the origin of the person who distributed the hemostatic agent? Around here, who else can make a large amount of hemostatic agents? Ding Fa was a shrewd businessman. He calmed down a few pharmacy owners and secretly asked the shop assistant to inform his elder brother. There's no need to check. I've already asked the old pharmacist in the pharmacy to take a look. It's a hemostatic agent from Banana Leaf Village, a pharmacy owner reluctantly admitted. His medicine shop was a century-old shop in town, and the pharmacists in the shop were very experienced. The last time Banana Leaf Village sent the hemostatic agent, the old pharmacist praised it on the spot. If he hadn't threatened to fire the old pharmacist, he wouldn't have been able to frame Banana Leaf Village. Several pharmacy owners also secretly asked their shop assistants to disguise themselves as peddlers. They mixed in with the crowd and asked for some hemostatic agents. When he took it back, he immediately recognized that it was Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic agent. Could it be that the old man from Banana Leaf Village isn't dead yet? Ding Fa also found it strange. At this moment, Ding Mao rushed over with the magic caster who helped him. His beloved daughter Ding Lei's whereabouts were still unknown, and Ding Mao put all the blame on Banana Leaf Village. Now that he heard that Banana Leaf Village was selling hemostatic agents in town, he laughed sinisterly. They really don't know what's good for them. They don't know what's good for them. Elder brother, you can't act rashly. After all, this is Zhou State. It's a crime to kill civilians in town. The laws of the boundless world were very special. Using Zhou State as an example, people with magic and combat skills couldn't wantonly attack civilians in town. However, between magic casters and warriors, as long as they didn't implicate ordinary people, they could engage in private fights. The purpose of this was to protect the safety of civilians. However, in the case of magical beasts in the wild, the country's laws wouldn't interfere with casualties caused by private fights. Do you think I'm just a brawny warrior? I know the rules of Zhou State. Younger brother, sometimes you don't have to do it yourself to kill people. You're running a medicine shop. Don't you know the rules of medicine shops? In the country, it's strictly forbidden to make medicine privately. Only magic casters or pharmacists who have the qualifications of a temple can make medicine and sell it. Those who violate the rules will be detained for light crimes or exiled for serious crimes. Ding Mao was indeed a great martial arts master who had stayed in Shang-Chi dojo. He was more knowledgeable than ordinary people. The medicine shop owners suddenly understood. What a good move to kill without spilling blood. Banana Leaf Village was doomed this time. In a restaurant in Taisheng Town, Yunsheng and a few villagers from Banana Leaf Village rented 2 rooms as a temporary place to give away hemostatic agents. Yunsheng's idea was very simple. As the saying went, the eyes of the masses were as clear as snow. The quality of hemostatic agents didn't depend solely on the pharmacists to judge. Only the direct users had the most direct right to speak. She thought of giving away free drugs. Once the formula of hemostatic agents was figured out, it wasn't difficult to make them. Banana Leaf Village also had a large amount of raw materials for hemostatic flowers. In a few days, Yunsheng led the villagers to make nearly 1,000 bottles of hemostatic agents. A few days earlier, there were already hunters who received their agents one after another. Those who used them hurriedly rushed over the next day. In just one morning, there were already 50 to 60 peddlers and hunters who had asked for hemostatic agents from her. There were a lot of good reviews. At noon, Yunsheng and a few villagers were still busy. A peddler dressed as a traveling merchant came forward and carefully asked, "Excuse me, do you have hemostatic agents for free here?" "Yes, everyone can receive a bottle of hemostatic agent a day." Unexpectedly, the one who replied was a little girl who didn't look more than 5 or 6 years old. The little girl looked delicate and pretty with 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth. She was Yunsheng. Yunsheng handed over a bottle of hemostatic agent. The traveling merchant took the bottle of hemostatic agent and sniffed it. The doubts that had gathered in his eyes immediately dispersed. The quality of this hemostatic agent was comparable to the hemostatic agent in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but it was actually free. Could it be that there was a powerful pharmacist hidden near this remote mountain town? The traveling merchant thought for a moment and asked loudly, "Little girl, was this hemostatic agent made by your master?" At Yunsheng's age, she could only be a herbalist at best. The traveling merchant naturally thought that the hemostatic agent was made by her master. "This medicine is..." Yunsheng saw this and was about to open her mouth to explain. Outside the restaurant, there was a flurry of footsteps. A group of local guards in armor rushed in without any explanation. The leader had a fierce look in his eyes and wanted to smash the hemostatic agent. Chapter 34. Who knew that just as the captain of the guards was about to smash the medicine bottle, a small hand would reach out. That hand was very nimble. With a flick of the finger, it pressed down on the captain's hand. The captain's hand went numb. His entire body's strength immediately slackened and he bounced away as if he was on fire. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a little girl with 2 buns. Her movements were very fast. He didn't know what evil method she used to resolve his attack. A few villagers of Banana Leaf Village were terrified. They whispered to Yunxing, that's the town's guards. You're the unruly villagers of Banana Leaf Village. We received a report that you're selling fake medicine here and cheating your fellow villagers. The captain of the guards was Ding Mao's fair-weather friend. He fiercely reprimanded the villagers of Banana Leaf Village. Army Lord, Yunxing had already guessed that the people of Flaming Rock Village were behind this. We're giving medicine, not selling medicine. Giving medicine is also not allowed. In Zhou State, one must have the qualifications of a pharmacist to make medicine. Does Banana Leaf Village have a pharmacist? You're just a rundown mountain village, yet you still dare to dream of making medicine. Men, smash all of them. The squad leader chuckled and ordered the soldiers behind him to smash all of the medicine. On the boundless continent, the doctors who were proficient in ancient medicine were also divided into various ranks. There were herb gatherers, herbalists, pharmacists, bell doctors, scattered doctors, imperial doctors, great doctors, medical marquis, and supreme medical kings. Those who had the qualifications to make medicine must be at least a pharmacist. Yunsheng had neglected this point. Seeing this group of guards pouncing on the hemostatic medicine that she and the villagers had painstakingly made like hungry wolves, Yunsheng's chest was filled with anger. Could it be that she would let this group of people destroy the hope of the entire village? Hua Xiaohei, who was squatting beside Yunsheng's feet, had a telepathic connection with her master. She took the lead and pounced on the soldiers. Xiaohei's teeth and claws were sharp, and her movements were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had scratched the eyes and noses of several soldiers. The soldiers were so frightened that they fled in all directions while screaming for their parents. When the captain of the guards saw this, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His iron fist smashed towards Xiaohei. Although Taisheng town was small, the captain of the local garrison had been specially trained by the country as a warrior. This small captain was a registered warrior, and his skills were a level higher than Wu Xingleihu's. Wherever his fist went, a shadow of a fist flashed past. Little Black was young and did not have much experience in fighting enemies. He was not careful and was hit in the back by him. He staggered to the side. Yunxing's black eyes darkened as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. With Yi Baiming's help, she had opened up her second 8 extraordinary meridians. Her movement skills and stamina had improved. How could she stand by and watch Xiaohei being bullied? She waved her hand. Along with her inner energy, a few bone needles glittering with cold light shot out. The captain only saw a few white lights in front of him. Only then did he realize that the other party was also proficient in martial arts. However, there were no experts on the mainland who used needles as weapons. Moreover, the other party was only a 6-year-old girl. He didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and swept the bone needles away as if he was swatting flies. Unexpectedly, the tip of the needle hit his palm. He suddenly felt his hand go numb. There's poison. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw that the little girl's figure had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Then, he saw that her hand was swaying below his waist. He felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. A strange coldness flowed down the tube of his pants. The smell below the captain's body filled the entire room. This was urine. In the restaurant, the onlookers roared with laughter and pointed at the squad leader who was covering his lower body and was in a ghastly state. Where did this little girl come from? She learned such evil martial arts at such a young age. A burly man with a tiger's eyes and a bear's waist pushed through the crowd and walked out. several people followed behind him. Yunxing didn't recognize the leader, but Yunxing recognized the people behind him. These were the medicine shop owners who had tried to bargain for the blood-clotting flower from Banana Leaf Village. The leader's eyes shone brightly. As he walked, there was a gust of wind. Presumably, he was the rumored father of Fire Rock Village's Ding Lei, the great martial arts master Ding Mao. Other people might not have seen Yunxing's movements, but as a great martial arts master, Ding Mao's 5 senses were very sharp. Just now, Yunxing had used the flying needles to distract the captain. Then, she used the bone needles to secretly attack the bladder nerve acupoint below the captain's body, causing him to lose control of his bladder and lose face. Where did this ignorant man come from? He suppressed Banana Leaf Village time and time again. He dares to do it but doesn't dare to admit it. When Yunxing saw Ding Mao's aura, she secretly exclaimed in her heart. As expected of a great martial arts master. Just the aura around him was several times stronger than that of the captain. If she and Xiao He went up against Ding Mao, their chances of winning would not be more than 30%. What a sharp-tongued girl. I, Ding Mao, dare to admit what I have done. Banana Leaf Village killed my beloved daughter, Ding Lei, and 3 other villagers. I'm already being polite by cutting off your income and injuring your village chief. You don't have the right to speak to me. Call that pharmacist out. Ding Mao's tone was still considered polite. He had also seen Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic medicine and even tried a bottle. The effect was extremely good. It was a top-notch medicine that could only be refined by a true master pharmacist. It was very likely that Banana Leaf Village had the backing of a pharmacist. It didn't matter if they destroyed Banana Leaf Village, but if they offended a pharmacist, the losses would outweigh the gains. On the boundless continent, pharmacists weren't as popular as magicians, summoners, or even martial artists. However, everyone knew that the most powerful pharmacists came from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For martial artists who relied on doctors for treatment, they couldn't afford to offend the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After all, who didn't die of old age? It was too difficult to ask those high and mighty magicians for help. Getting to know a pharmacist was equivalent to having another chance to save one's life. There's no pharmacist. The blood-clotting medicine was made by the villagers together. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yunxing saw the scheming in Ding Mao's eyes. Among the villagers, there were already a few who wanted to speak the truth, but she stopped them. The blood-clotting medicine was the blood-clotting medicine of Banana Leaf Village. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of people with bad intentions. If you don't speak, you'll all be locked up in jail. I don't believe that you won't speak after being tortured. Ding Mao saw that Yunxing wasn't willing to give in and his expression turned ferocious. Like an eagle pouncing on a chick, he reached out to grab Yunxing. In a place like jail, one might not be able to come out alive even if they had the life to enter. The country's law stated that civilians couldn't be killed, but it didn't state that unruly people couldn't be tortured. As long as they were in jail, Ding Mao would definitely let this sharp-tongued girl suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. How could Yunxing not guess his sinister intentions? At most, she would fight it out. Yunxing secretly gritted her teeth. She madly circulated the jade marrow technique in her body, preparing to use the soul-healing hidden needle. Right at this moment, a hand appeared on Ding Mao's shoulder. That hand was like a goose feather, seemingly unintentionally patting Ding Mao's shoulder. However, Ding Mao felt as if he had been hit by 1,000 pounds of force. His body was like a nail that had been hit by a hammer. His body shrank and he sank into the ground. Chapter 35. In an instant, the stone slabs on the floor of the restaurant flew into the air. Amidst a series of exclamations, the martial Grand Master Ding Mao, who was almost 1.8 meters tall, shrank dramatically. It was as if his legs had been sawed off. In an instant, he became a dwarf who was only as tall as Yunxing. Ding Mao's eyeballs protruded out, and his expression suddenly changed. His body was actually nailed to the stone slabs, and he couldn't move at all. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Others might not know, but Ding Mao was very clear that under that slap, his legs were like ice pillars that were shattered by gravity. All the bones below his crotch were suddenly smashed into powder. But what made Ding Mao's eyeballs protrude was the token that was floating in front of him. On the token, the word Imperial was carved. That token was carved out of wood, and there was a cauldron and a bottle of medicine on it. It represented the famous Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the continent. The continent's doctors were divided into different grades. Medicine men had the Medicine Emperor's token that was recognized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Those who had the word Imperial engraved on them were the imperial physicians of the various major countries, the royal family, and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion recognized their medical skills. I wonder if this token is qualified to make hemostatic medicine, and is it qualified to sell medicine in Taishang Town? Martial Grand Master Ding. The rather leisurely male voice was like a resounding slap on Ding Mao's face. Ding Mao's face twitched as if he was having a cramp. The martial Grand Master Ding Mao who committed crimes in Taishang City didn't even dare to turn his head. Even though the other party's voice sounded very young, like a young teenager. But in a place like the boundless world, those experts with profound cultivation were said to be able to return to their youth. Some people with astonishing strength even had the bad taste of turning into a child. Who knew if the great Buddha behind him was one of them? Astonishing strength, and a doctor with the imperial physician token. With these two added together, not to mention the Fire Cliff village in Ding Mao, even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't be afraid. Milord, no, great milord, old ancestor, Ding Mao, have acted recklessly and offended you. Ding Mao's lower body was in extreme pain. He knew that this injury would definitely leave behind problems in the future. He was afraid that his strength as a martial Grand Master would be greatly reduced. But at this moment, how could he dare to think about such things? He was begging for mercy, and he was just short of kowtowing to the ground. Not only have you offended me, you've also offended her, the big sister of Banana Leaf Village, little girl Yunxing. The expert's tone was filled with ridicule as he pointed at Yunxing, who was standing not far away with a petrified expression. Calling a 6-year-old girl big sister, if this were to spread out, would he, Ding Mao, still be able to show his face on the continent? Big sister Yun, Ding Mao doesn't know what's good for him and has offended you and this ancestor, Ding Mao stammered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Yi Baiming calmly looked at Yunxing. When the latter heard him call her big sister, her voice trembled and her eyes returned to normal. For the time being, regardless of what the imperial physician token was, she had to properly deal with Ding Mao first. Not only have you offended us, but you have also injured the village head grandpa and slandered our Banana Leaf Village in an attempt to monopolize the business of the hemostatic flower in Taisheng Town. According to the laws of Zhou State, you should. What should she do? Yunxing had only read the pharmacopoeia. She really didn't know any of the laws of Zhou State. If a warrior fights in a town for no reason, he will be sentenced to 3 months in prison and pay a fine of 50 silver coins. If he slanders the reputation of others, he will be punished with 300 beatings and pay a fine of 50 silver coins. If he monopolizes the business of medicinal herbs, he will be exiled for 3 years and pay a fine of 100 silver coins. Yi Baiming smoothly read out a series of laws of Zhou State. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the squad leader who had wet his pants. The latter was so scared that he almost peed again. He trembled as he echoed, this lowly one obeys. Quickly detain the unruly Ding Mao. The group of town guards pushed and pulled each other, but they couldn't pull Ding Mao up from the ground. The squad leader scowled miserably and could only ask Yi Baiming for help. Old ancestor, what do you think? Yi Baiming narrowed his phoenix eyes and kicked Ding Mao's chin with the tip of his foot. With a flip of his foot, Ding Mao flew up like a weight and smashed into the ground. Looking at his lower body, his legs were like boneless earthworms. The town guards were so scared that their faces were deathly pale. They grabbed Ding Mao and scattered. The shop owners led by Ding Fa were also scared to death. One by one, they knelt in front of Yun Xing and Yi Baiming. They kowtowed like they were pounding garlic and called out, "Ancestor," and "Big Sister." The old pharmacist in the medicine shop in town has a good reputation. His medical skills are also superb. I made the decision on behalf of the village chief and hired him as the pharmacist of Banana Leaf Village. He is already waiting at the town entrance. He just needs to take care of things here and then we can set off. After Yi Baiming dealt with Ding Mao, he acted as if nothing had happened. He very elegantly called for a pot of wine and pretended to drink. Before he could taste the wine in his mouth, the wine cup in his hand was snatched away. A coquettish voice scolded in his ear, "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Besides, how old are you? How dare you drink wine? A typical delinquent." Yun Xing's tone was full of disappointment. She had long forgotten that it was a certain delinquent who had helped her out. After the commotion was over, the restaurant returned to its usual hustle and bustle. The guests drank wine and tasted tea. Since Ding Mao was no longer hindering Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic medicine and the old pharmacist overseeing it, they could start selling it in all the major medicine shops. The crisis of Banana Leaf Village could be considered as over. The villagers, including Yun Xing, packed up the hemostatic medicine and prepared to return to Banana Leaf Village. On the way back to the village, Yun Xing and Yi Baiming rode on the same ox cart. Yi Baiming was lazily lying on the ox cart with his hands under his head. He was looking at the starry night sky. Below the cart, there was the sound of the wheel rolling. In the grass, the night insects' cries were getting louder and louder. The night wind blew on Yi Baiming's handsome face. It was as beautiful as a landscape painting shrouded in mist. Yun Sheng was increasingly unable to read Yi Baiming. She thought of the Imperial Physician token and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that token?" There were only a few Imperial Physician tokens on the entire continent. "You mean that fake token?" "I bought it from a stall on the left of the restaurant for 3 copper coins." Yi Baiming's eyes were half closed. His face was drowsy. Fake. Yunxing hadn't expected that the Imperial Physician token that had scared Ding Mao to the point of almost committing suicide was actually a fake. But that made sense. Yi Baiming was only the disciple of an archmagus. How could he have come into contact with an Imperial Physician? As they spoke, Yi Baiming had already fallen asleep. Beside his closed eyes, his long eyelashes were like fans. Under the starlight, they reflected a beautiful shadow. At this moment, he was completely different from the arrogant youth in the restaurant. For a moment, Yunxing couldn't tell which one was the real Yi Baiming. Whatever. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, the matter in Banana Leaf Village had come to an end. She could leave Banana Leaf Village with her father in peace. Yunxing and Yi Baiming, who were full of worries, headed into the unknown. Chapter 36. A cacophony of unpleasant voices drifted into his ears. Yunxing felt that her limbs were bent at a strange angle. At the same time, she felt as if an electric current was immobilizing her limbs. She realized that she had been kidnapped. Yunxing's consciousness suddenly cleared as she recalled something. A few days ago, she had invited the old medicine master from Taisheng town to Banana Leaf Village. The village chief, who had already woken up, was overjoyed. Compared to the hemostatic flower, the hemostatic medicine could greatly improve the villagers' lives. The entire village even celebrated for a few days. The village chief even specially discussed with Grand Magus Yang to set up a room in the temple for the old medicine master to use. Yunsheng, on the other hand, planned to use the medicine's soul divine needle to treat the village chief's internal injuries before leaving. While treating him, she also told the old pharmacist about the process and steps of making the hemostatic agent without reservation. While the old medicine master was astonished, he also imparted to her a lot about the boundless land's medicinal herb system. He also told Yunsheng about the relationship between the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Magic Apothecaries Association. The two of them chatted happily. When this old apothecary was young, he was an apothecary who served as a military doctor in the army. He even taught Yunsheng some simple potions. Everything was normal at first. But last night, around the time the lamps were lit, Anyo, who lived next door, ran over to tell Yunsheng that the old medicine master had something to discuss with her at the temple. He said that he wanted to discuss the hemostatic medicine. Yunsheng believed him and rushed to the temple. Who knew that the moment she pushed open the door to the old medicine master's room, she felt an electric current strike the top of her head. Xiao He, who was beside her, immediately barked. Then, she fell into darkness. When she opened her eyes, it was still pitch black. Her vision was covered by a layer of cloth. At the same time, Yunsheng also realized that her body wasn't tied with an ordinary rope. Instead, it was tied with a magic rope that was similar to an electric shock. If she struggled slightly, the magic rope would emit an electric current, making her limbs weak and unable to move. Hearing some movements around her, Yunsheng pretended to be unconscious. Have you thought about it? As expected, Grand Magus Yang's voice sounded in her ears. This did not seem to be the Dharma temple. Yunsheng was sure that her father, Yun Sanghai, would definitely search everywhere for her after her bizarre disappearance. Great Magician Yang must have expected this, which was why he had transferred her here. The moist air and the occasional smell of rocks in the wind told Yunsheng that she should be in an unknown cave. A cold voice rang out. It was Yi Baiming's voice. Do you think I would make such a sacrifice for her? Yang Shuo, the Yi Baiming you know has never been a compassionate person. Yi Baiming, Great Mage Yang, Yunsheng, and the unconscious Xiao He. This was also Great Magus Yang's secret magic pharmacy in Banana Leaf Village. Great Magus Yang was currently forcing Yi Baiming to perform a magical soul transplant. That's right. I also always thought that Yi Baiming was cold-blooded and heartless, and that you were a beast. That's why I was so shocked that you would actually care about a little girl. Great Magus Yang suddenly pulled the blindfold covering Yunsheng's eyes. It turned out that Great Magus Yang already knew that Yunsheng had woken up. Her eyes brightened. Yunsheng could clearly see her surroundings, as well as Yi Baiming and Great Magus Yang, who both had grim expressions. Her body was tied with purple magic ropes as thick as a finger. It turned out that Great Magus Yang was also a dual-element magician. He was proficient in lightning and light magic. Yunsheng pretended to be scared. Great Magus Yang. Yi Baiming, why are you here? Sly girl, no need to pretend. I know you're very smart. Last time, why weren't you afraid when you humiliated me in front of the entire village? The magic scepter in Great Magus Yang's hand was still flashing with white light, but his eyes were like a viper waiting to devour a weak frog. They were full of greed and killing intent. I'm not related to him in any way. He won't save me. Yunsheng simply stopped pretending. She secretly glanced at Xiao He beside her and discovered that Xiao He's ears had already perked up. That's not up to you to decide. We'll know once we try. Great Magus Yang's skinny right hand was like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, grabbing towards Yunsheng. Just as he made his move, Yi Baiming's feet also moved strangely. It looked like he was about to approach Yunxing and snatch her away. The magic scepter in Great Magus Yang's left hand soared into the air, emitting a faint purple light from a soul stone in the dusky cave. Purple lightning shot out from the scepter like fireworks, exploding under Yi Baiming's feet with a loud bang, stopping his advance. On the magic scepter, there were actually two magic soul stones of completely different colors, one purple and one white. Only now did Yunxing know that Great Magus Yang had used a special method to conceal the fact that the magic scepter had dual elements. Wasn't it said that a magician, even if he was a dual-element magician, could only embed a magic beast soul stone of one element on his magic scepter? Yunxing was shocked. She felt a tearing pain in her shoulder as her frail body fell under Great Magus Yang's eagle claws like a little chick. When a martial artist meets a magician, they will always be the ones at a disadvantage. Yi Baiming, so what if you have an all-element soul? Back then, when your magic scepter was broken, you had already given up on studying magic. Don't think of using battle techniques to defeat me. You know that my lightning flash can instantly split the little guy's head like a watermelon, smashing it to pieces. Great Magus Yang let out a disgusting laugh. His magic scepter had been broken. The intense pain in Yunxing's body was far less shocking than the news about Yi Baiming. What? You haven't thought it through yet? Then I'll test my magic on this little girl. How long do you think she can last? One lightning flash or two? Great Magus Yang's hair-raising gaze fell on Yunxing's body. Yi Baiming's tall and straight body suddenly shook. Lightning flash was a type of lightning attribute magic that made people wish they were dead. Even a man with iron bones wouldn't be able to withstand multiple lightning flashes. Let her go and I'll agree to your request. I'll accept the magic soul transplant, but you have to honor the agreement and heal my eyes. After hearing Yi Baiming's compromise, Great Magus Yang was wild with joy. His joy had overwhelmed his mind, to the extent that he had forgotten to pay attention to Yi Baiming's changes in expression. But Yunxing had noticed that Yi Baiming's lips had turned into a smile. That smile made Yunxing's hair stand on end. It was a smile that transcended gender. It was so beautiful that it made people suffocate, like a devil's smile. But at the same time, it made Yunxing feel a strong sense of unease. It was a bloody smile that brought destruction and slaughter. Chapter 37. In some sense, Great Magus Yang could be considered a great genius in the world of magic. Even Yun Songhai had never heard of the idea of transplanting a magical soul. But Yunxing was about to personally witness the transplanting of a magical soul. Doctors used surgery to save people, while magicians used magical arrays to carry out a magical soul transplant. After Yi Baiming agreed to Great Magus Yang's conditions, Great Magus Yang started to draw the magical array. It was a twin magical array. One was used to restore Yi Baiming's sight, and the other was used to carry out the magical soul transplant. The core of the twin magical arrays was the 200-year-old magical beast soul stone that Yi Baiming had unexpectedly obtained in the Yuwu mountain range. That was a magical beast soul stone that had a soft glow similar to moonlight. When it was placed in the twin magical array, when the magic scepter activated the magical array, it was like a bright moon slowly rising from the east in the middle of the night. Magical power unceasingly flowed out of the magical soul stone. Great Magus Yang and Yi Baiming stepped into the magical array. Great Magus Yang chanted a cryptic spell. As the chant continued, magical fluctuations floated out of the two people's bodies, and a cloud-like mist-like substance appeared. That was a magical soul. Yunxing remembered what her father, Yun Songhai, had said. The density and size of the color of a magician's magical soul determined their magical talent. A red mist-like substance represented a fire magical soul, a green one represented a wind magical soul, a blue one represented a water magical soul, and a yellow one represented an earth magical soul. Generally speaking, the color of a natural magical soul was like that. But for magicians with secondary attributes who had mutated magical souls, the color of their magical souls was different. Great Magus Yang's magical soul quickly appeared in the magical array. Great Magus Yang's magical soul was only the size of a soccer ball. It was divided into two colors, a faint purple and a dark gray-white. This represented his light and lightning magical attributes. Yi Baiming's Dharma soul would take a much longer time to manifest. Just as Yunxing's eyes were about to ache from waiting, she heard a buzzing sound in the cave. Xiao He, who was lying on the ground, woke up as if someone had stepped on her tail. When Yunxing was brought in earlier, Xiao He was brought in as well. Pop pop, master, let me out quickly. Even the lazy puffed egg was jumping non-stop in Yunxing's beast language ring like a flea. Inside the cave, neon lights shone as if a rainbow had appeared. Above Yi Baiming's head, 4 colors of light shone. Red, green, yellow, blue, and a pure black. Every color was so rich that there were no other colors. Just like the 5 purest colors of nature. This was a 5 elemental law soul. In front of the enormous power of the Dharma soul, everything seemed incomparably insignificant. In Yunxing's heart, she was incomparably shocked. 5 elemental law soul, a 5 elemental law soul that all magicians in the continent would go crazy for. Every additional element of the law soul meant that a magician's ability to absorb magic elements would double that of an ordinary person. Yi Baiming had a 5 elemental law soul, which meant that his speed of cultivating magic was 5 times that of others. Yunxing finally understood why Yang Shuo was willing to pay any price to transplant Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. Ha ha ha, a 5 elemental law soul, a 5 elemental law soul that I have dreamed of. Great Magus Yang looked at the boundless 5 elemental law soul with an infatuated expression. Yang Shuo's Dharma soul was just like what Yunxing had seen. It was very ordinary. In a temple filled with talented magicians, it was not even worth mentioning. After he had accidentally discovered Yi Baiming's astonishing talent, he had been infatuated with Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. He had secretly studied the ancient books in the temple, even going as far as to consult the dark magic forbidden book. Finally, he had discovered a magic array for transplanting Dharma souls. He had grasped Yi Baiming's desire to heal his eyes and lured him away from home, bringing him to a remote mountain village. Finally, on the eve of arriving at Banana Leaf Village, he had thoroughly figured out how to draw the magic array for transplanting Dharma souls. Inside the magic array, magic power was constantly moving between the 2 twin magic arrays. Yi Baiming, don't believe him. He can't heal your eyes. Yunxing loudly shouted as she watched the power of Yi Baiming's Dharma soul slowly move towards the magic array where Great Magus Yang was. Inside the magic array, Yi Baiming acted as if he hadn't heard her. Damned girl, daring to ruin his plans at such a critical juncture. Great Magus Yang fiercely glared at Yunxing. He pointed the magic scepter in his hand and a thunderclap as thick as an arm shot towards Yunxing. Yunxing rolled her eyes and calculated the distance. She didn't dodge and rolled. That thunderclap struck her bound hands and blisters immediately appeared on her wrists. However, the magic ropes binding her hands were immediately untied. Yi Baiming, he can't save you. Your cornea is necrotic. Unless you replace it with someone else's cornea, you won't have a chance to recover your sight. Yunxing didn't allow any explanation as she rushed towards the magic array. Who would have thought that as soon as she approached, the magic array's powerful magic power would bounce her back? A magic barrier had been set up outside the magic array. Unless it was a magician whose strength was similar to Great Magus Yang's or a magician whose skills were a level higher, there was no way to break it. Without magic power, Yunxing had no way to get close to the magic array. Pop pop, pop pop. The puffed egg, who couldn't wait any longer, jumped out of the magic space. What an enchanting magic element, it's a 5-element magic soul. The puffed egg was extremely excited. Pop pop, can you break through those 2 magic arrays? The people inside are very important to me. Yunxing and Xiao He had no way to break through the magic array with such a strong magic element. Their only hope was this strange magic beast egg. It's nothing, it's just a small magic array. With a pop-pop sound, it flew high into the air. It could be seen that it had gathered enough strength in the air, and with a whoosh, it flew forward like a bullet and hit the magic barrier with a bang. Inside the magic array, Great Magus Yang looked at the strange magic beast egg with wings in panic. It kept hitting the magic barrier again and again. A crack appeared on the magic barrier. What the hell is that thing? Great Magus Yang looked at the magic array again. Yi Baiming's magic soul had already been transferred to his side. As long as he could hold on for another 15 minutes, he would be able to smoothly absorb Yi Baiming's magic soul into his magic array. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the puffed egg had already opened a large hole in the magic barrier. It looked like the magic barrier was about to be completely destroyed. Great Magus Yang waved his magic scepter, continuously absorbing the magic power from the 200-year-old magical beast soul stone floating in the air, replenishing the magic power he had consumed. At this time, Yi Baiming's magic soul had almost reached Great Magus Yang's magic array. Great Magus Yang had already revealed a crazed expression. He opened his hand, wanting to obtain that multicolored radiant magic soul. You don't deserve to have my magic soul. A bone-chilling voice sounded in a timely manner. Inside the twin magic array, Yi Baiming still had a devilish smile on his face. In the air above the magic array, the 200-year-old demon beast soul stone exploded with a boom. Chapter 38. The magic beast soul stone supporting the magic array shattered. The 2 magic arrays were on the verge of collapse. The joy on Great Magus Yang's face quickly faded like snow in the spring of March. How could this be? Magic soul, Yi Baiming. It's you, what did you do? From heaven to hell, it only took a moment. Without the magic array's effect, Yi Baiming's magic soul drifted outside the magic array. Great Magus Yang's efforts were in vain. He questioned Yi Baiming like a crazed beast with red eyes. Great Magus Yang, surely no one told you that pigs die of stupidity. Could it be that you didn't notice that I only gave you a 195-year magic beast soul stone? Yi Baiming's lips curled into a mocking smile. In order to snatch that soul stone of just the right age, he was poisoned by the hunters. Yunxing was thunderstruck by this dramatic scene. Wasn't this too black-hearted? As expected of a night fox. A fox was a fox. Even in front of a bad person, it was still a big fox. Using a 195-year magic beast soul stone to replace a 200-year soul stone. These 2 soul stones looked almost the same from the outside, but from the perspective of magic elements, a small 5-year difference was an entire rank. No wonder Great Magus Yang failed at the moment when he was about to succeed. Yi Baiming, you have a vicious mind. But do you think that without the magic array, I won't be able to obtain your magic soul? Great Magus Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he smiled coldly. He slowly put down the magic scepter in his hand and tore open the magus robe he was wearing. His skin was sickly pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. On his chest, there was a magic array that looked like a tattoo. When she saw the magic array, Yunxing felt her scalp go numb. Yang Shuo chanted and used his sharp nails to cut open his skin. Blood flowed into the magic formation, and the magic formation was activated. A Yiksha evil spirit with a green face and sharp fangs drilled out of Yang Shuo's chest bit by bit. It looked as if another head had grown out of Yang Shuo's body. It looked too terrifying. With the appearance of the Yiksha, the mana that Yang Shuo had almost used up gushed out like a flood. Countless purple lightning bolts transformed into purple centipedes that crawled over from all directions. Run forward until you see the exit. Don't look back. Yi Baiming quickly retracted a portion of his Dharma soul power and chanted. Yi Baiming was indeed an all-elemental magic genius. Even without the magic scepter, Yi Baiming quickly formed an emerald lyre bird with the emerald wind element. The bird was so lifelike that it didn't look like it was created by magic at all. It let out a long cry and carried Yunxing under its body. He knew Yang Shuo's character well. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Seeing that he had been deceived, he would definitely take revenge crazily. What about you? Yunxing witnessed the evil dark magic and her heart shuddered. Yi Baiming didn't answer. Perhaps to him, life and death were no longer important. Yunxing didn't know why he was always so cold to others, but one thing was for sure. Something must have happened to Yi Baiming. If we're leaving, let's leave together. Yunxing pretended to jump off the lyre bird. Yi Baiming was stunned and felt a slight warmth in his heart. Run! Where do you think you're going? A giant purple lightning centipede climbed up the lyre bird's feet. Great Magician Yang had already determined that Yunxing would become his best bait to restrain Yi Baiming. How could he allow Yunxing to leave so easily? The purple lightning centipede was nailed to the ground and the magical elements immediately dispersed. A few bone needles appeared in Yunxing's hand and she quickly shot them at Great Magician Yang's hands. Great Magician Yang felt pain in his hands and had no choice but to retreat a few steps. Sly girl, don't underestimate the strength of a magician. Great Magician Yang chanted and a white healing light appeared and the wounds on his hands were healed. Damned light magic, Yunxing cursed. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary battle or a team battle, fighting against a light magician or a team with a light magician was a very troublesome matter. It meant that you had to face the opponent's tenacious fatality. He used forbidden magic and his body will soon be devoured. He won't be able to hold on for long. Let's go. Yi Baiming ordered the magic lyre bird to take Yunxing away. The lyre bird raised its beautiful green wings and rushed to the other side of the cave. Seeing Yunxing leave, Yi Baiming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Shuo's turbid eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Yi Baiming, you forced me to do this. I originally only wanted to devour your magic soul and let you be an ordinary person. But now, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to be an ordinary person. Great Magician Yang walked forward step by step. Yi Baiming calmed down and pulled out the sharp sword at his waist. His gaze was steady as he prepared for the final battle with Great Magician Yang. Your magic soul, which possesses a large amount of dark magic, will be devoured by me and Lord Yiksha. Great Magician Yang's body emitted a creaking sound. He stared at Yi Baiming's lively body and five-colored magic soul, saliva dripping from his mouth. With a deafening roar, Yang Shuo opened his huge mouth and frantically absorbed the five-colored magic soul that was still drifting in the cave. As Yi Baiming's magic soul was devoured bit by bit, Yiksha King's stomach and body also became inflated bit by bit like an inflated balloon. Just as half of Yi Baiming's magic soul was devoured, an egg with wings fell from the sky and heavily crashed into Yiksha King's stomach with a bang. The force of that crash was astonishing. Even Yiksha King's demonic body couldn't withstand the monstrous force of the puffed egg. Great Magus Yang was knocked back several steps, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Magic soul. Mine. Yang Shuo's eyes bulged as he looked forward. He waved his hands, yearning for a powerful magic soul that didn't belong to him. Yi Baiming looked at the winged egg with a strange expression. Suddenly, he heard an anxious voice. Yi Baiming, get out of the way. Pop pop, crush it to death. Pop pop, 1,000 gold drop. The puffed egg was extremely excited. It flapped its wings and heavily smashed into Yang Shuo's stomach. Yang Shuo's face contorted. With a whoosh, he spat out the 5-colored magic soul that he had swallowed. Yi Baiming saw the opportunity. The sharp sword in his hand swept across the yiksha head on Yang Shuo's chest. The yiksha head rolled on the ground. Yang Shuo's body quickly shriveled up into a withered skeleton. He stopped breathing. Why did you come back? Just now. The cave returned to its peaceful state. Yi Baiming was also exhausted. He was angry that Yunxing didn't listen to him and came back halfway. He was about to reprimand her. Yi Baiming, your magic soul. The 5-colored magic soul drifting in the cave had unknowingly enveloped Yunxing and crazily surged into Yunxing's body. Chapter 39. Yi Baiming suddenly realized that Yang Shuo had just swallowed his Dharma soul. Now that Yang Shuo had been killed, only half of his Dharma soul had returned to his body. What about the remaining half? Not good. Yunsheng was in danger. Xiao He and Puffed Egg were also stunned as they looked at their master not far away. Just now, when Yang Shuo spat out his Dharma soul, it was precisely aimed at Yunsheng. The Dharma soul was a type of illusory spiritual energy that was like a fog. Logically speaking, when it encountered Yunsheng, who had a physique that was useless in magic, it should immediately dissipate. But just as the 5-colored Dharma soul enveloped Yunsheng, a strange scene occurred. The 5-colored Dharma soul surged towards Yunsheng like water, from her hair, skin, limbs, mouth, and nose. When the Dharma soul entered her body, Yunxing only felt that her entire body was sometimes hot and sometimes cold. Sometimes it expanded violently and sometimes it contracted violently. As the saying goes, even if a pie falls from the sky, you have to have the ability to receive it. Yi Baiming was one of the rare people who was born with a 5-elemental Dharma soul. In addition, he had practiced martial arts since young, so his physique was strong. However, Yunsheng had never come into contact with a Dharma soul entering her body. For a moment, she only felt that her entire body was engulfed by the Dharma soul. Her body was like an overinflated balloon that could explode at any time. Yi Baiming also knew this point, which was why he wanted to go forward to save Yunsheng. But it was already too late. Just when Yunsheng thought that her body was going to explode and die, the Shinnon medical bracelet on her hand emitted a gentle light. Wherever the light passed, it quickly calmed down the restless Dharma soul in Yunsheng's body. Yunsheng only felt that a spring breeze blew through her body. The Dharma soul quickly merged into her blood vessels. Her body felt as if it had been cleansed and became much lighter. After a while, when the Dharma soul in Yunsheng's body completely calmed down, she stared blankly for a long time before saying, "I ate your Dharma soul." Half of the Dharma soul. After realizing that Yunsheng was safe and sound, Yi Baiming finally relaxed and adjusted his breathing. Yunsheng realized that she had just openly robbed half of Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. The other half of the magic soul that great Magus Yang had spent so much effort to obtain was actually intercepted by her halfway. You took half of my Dharma soul for free. Don't tell me you don't even have the slightest bit of gratitude. You were planning to take advantage of the situation. I didn't expect you to be more shrewd than Yang Shuo. Yi Baiming's devilish face leaned over and whispered into Yunqing's ear. Nonsense. I won't take your Dharma soul for free. How much do you want? Yunsheng was forced to retreat step by step. She hurriedly signaled to her 2 magical beasts with her eyes. Who would have thought that the two little fellows would only bully the kind and fear the wicked? Seeing that the other party was an all-element magician, they stood to the side without moving. 5-element Dharma soul. How much do you think it's worth? 100,000 Empire purple gold coins. Or. Yi Baiming pretended to be deep in thought. A pair of eyes. Yi Baiming, I took half of your Dharma soul. I'll use a pair of eyes in exchange. Yunsheng was forced into a corner. She rolled her eyes and suddenly saw Yang Shuo's corpse lying on the ground. You can heal my eyes. Little wild cat, I don't believe that you can heal my eyes. You have to know that before Yang Shuo, even the imperial doctors couldn't heal my eyes. Yi Baiming only wanted to tease Yunsheng. Who knew that this little wild cat would actually say that she could heal his eyes? Your eyes were blind since birth. The doctors of the boundless world naturally couldn't save you. Yunsheng had already determined that Yi Baiming's eyes must be treated with a cornea transplant. The most important thing for a cornea transplant was to have a pair of living corneas that could be transplanted. With the current medical conditions of the boundless world, it was very difficult to collect a suitable pair of corneas for Yi Baiming. But now, Yang Shuo, who had just died, was the best donor. How confident are you? Yi Baiming had seen Yunsheng's medical skills. Her medical skills were indeed different from the ancient medical skills of the boundless world. Should he believe her? If you believe me, you will be able to see the light of day again. If you don't believe me, you can only be a blind man. You are a genius in both magic and martial arts. But because you are blind, your talents have never been fully unleashed. Yi Baiming, don't you want to take back everything that originally belonged to you? Yunsheng questioned sternly. Yunsheng was very smart. She remembered what Yang Shuo said earlier. With Yi Baiming's magnanimity and his knowledge of the country's laws, he definitely wasn't from an ordinary family. He must have his reasons for being reduced to the banana leaf village. The two of them could be said to have gone through thick and thin together. Yunsheng had also accidentally stolen half of his Dharma soul. Out of guilt, Yunsheng decided to help Yi Baiming with the cornea transplant. If you fail. Yi Baiming's face didn't show any emotions. I won't fail, Yunsheng said confidently. This was the little wild cat he knew. At this time, her face must be full of arrogance and her eyes were shining with confidence. Yi Baiming's heart felt like it was being scratched by claws. He really wanted to see the little wild cat's appearance with his own eyes. If you can cure my eyes, not only will I not pursue the matter of you stealing my Dharma soul, I can also give you a big gift. Yi Baiming was half joking and half serious. With the Dharma soul and the ability to summon magical beasts, you will be a true summoner. Every summoner should have their own retinue. Yunsheng, if you cure my eyes, I, Yi Baiming, am willing to swear in the name of my mother to become your retinue. My vow will never change. The youth's magnetic voice teased Yunsheng's eardrums. Retinue. What was that? Yunsheng didn't know that summoners were also in the most danger when they were chanting. Therefore, they often had their own loyal retinue by their side. A retinue wasn't a servant. Their nature was more like a summoner's partner. They advanced and retreated together, were inseparable, and helped each other when needed. Most retinues were warriors, but a summoner didn't necessarily have a retinue. I don't want you to be my retinue. I already have beasts. Yunsheng's heart beat violently for no reason. Her face and ears were red. With your two little beasts, I don't know how long it will take for them to grow up. Carry out the treatment you said. If it succeeds, I will follow you even to the ends of the earth. Yi Baiming stopped joking and indicated that Yunsheng could start the treatment. Yunsheng's little face fell. She glared fiercely at the two little beasts that didn't live up to her expectations. There's not much time left. We have to find a suitable place to do the surgery in 2 hours. There must be enough light there. Don't forget to bring Great Magician Yang's corpse. He is today's protagonist. Yunxing quickly regained her composure. She first let Bobo return to the magical beast space. Then, she let Xiao He scout ahead. She and Yi Baiming carried Yang Shuo's corpse out of the cave to find a suitable place for the surgery. Chapter 40. After going around in circles, Yunxing and Yi Baiming finally returned to the Yun family home. After all, there was no place in the entire village that was suitable for surgery. The Dharma Temple was originally a very suitable place, but Yunxing was worried that Great Magus Yang would disappear for no reason. If someone saw her going in and out of the Dharma Temple again, it would cause more trouble. Yunxing thought of her own straw hut. She had performed a two-headed dog separation surgery there before. There were basic bronze mirrors, candles, and lighting equipment in the room. In addition to the cornea transplant, they had to ensure that they had time, so they could not find a suitable place. When Yunxing returned home, she did not see her father. She thought that her father had gone out in the middle of the night to look for her. "Quick, give me the body. Climb onto the bed and wait for me," Yunxing urged Yi Baiming. After she finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong. "Little wild cat, are you a woman or not? Aren't you afraid at all?" Yi Baiming's face was full of black lines. "What's there to be afraid of? In my eyes, the only difference between him and you is whether or not he's breathing." Yunxing found alcohol and saline to disinfect the body. She took out some Datura lotus liquid and fed it to Yi Baiming. "What is this?" Yi Baiming smelled the medicine and became alert. "It's medicine that will make you unconscious temporarily. It won't have any side effects." Yunxing was too lazy to explain further. When dealing with a delinquent youth who refused to take medicine, it was better to use force than to persuade him. She secretly used the needles. Yi Baiming only felt his body go numb. It was almost exactly the same as the time at the hillside. "Yunxing! How dare you!" He succumbed to Yunxing twice in a row. Yi Baiming only felt his tongue tied. "You're not allowed to." Before Yi Baiming could say the word "open," he fainted. Yunxing estimated the time needed for the surgery. In order to prevent Yi Baiming from waking up halfway like last time, she injected a few more needles into Yi Baiming's body. She waited until the general anesthesia took effect. Yunxing began to remove the cornea from Yang Shuo's body and washed it with the saline solution she had made herself. Then, she removed Yi Baiming's necrotic cornea. Although Yang Shuo was a vicious person, his corneas were very healthy. When removing Yi Baiming's cornea, Yunxing checked it out of habit. However, after the examination, she suddenly realized that Yi Baiming's cornea was not congenitally damaged as she had expected. Instead, it was because his cornea was covered with a layer of light mist. Yunxing tried to use a scalpel to cut open the layer of glowing mist, but she realized that the scalpel couldn't cut it open. "This is..." Yunxing touched the layer of glowing mist with her hand. The Dharma soul in her body trembled. "This is magical elements." Yunxing realized that the layer of glowing mist that caused Yi Baiming to be blind was also a magical element. It looked like it was a light-type magical element. Yunxing was shocked. Actually, she wanted to ask why Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was five-colored. Other than the normal fire, earth, wind, and water elements, what was the black Dharma soul? "Xing a hurried voice came from behind her. When Yun Sanghai realized that Yunxing had left home in the middle of the night and hadn't returned, he hurriedly went to the Dharma temple. Unexpectedly, the temple was already empty. Yun Sanghai only found an unconscious old pharmacist. He looked around the village but didn't find Yunxing. But when he saw the lights of his house on the hill, he hurriedly rushed back. Fortunately, Yun Sanghai came back late. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain Yunxing's surgery. Father, Yunxing hurriedly hid the 2 pieces of cornea on her body. But Yi Baiming, who was lying on the bed, and Yang Shuo, who was already dead, could no longer be hidden. Yun Sanghai's gaze was like an eagle's. He immediately saw Yi Baiming lying on the bed. After clearly seeing Yi Baiming's appearance, a trace of light flashed through Yun Sanghai's eyes. Who is he? His name is Yi Baiming. He is the disciple of the Dharma Temple Yang. No, that's not right. Yang Shuo wanted to steal his Dharma soul. His Dharma soul is a 5-colored Dharma soul. Yunxing thought for a while and recounted what happened earlier. She even told him about how she accidentally stole the other party's 5-elemental Dharma soul. It's him. 5-elemental Dharma soul. His appearance is almost exactly the same as that person. After hearing the whole story, Yun Sanghai's expressionless face finally changed. He looked at Yunxing with a complicated expression. Since it has already happened, there is no point in blaming you. But Xing, do you know that you have caused a big disaster? Beside Yun Sanghai, a huge amount of fire element surged. Affected by the fluctuation of the magic element in Yunxing's body also became restless. A 5-colored Dharma soul appeared above her head. After seeing that black Dharma soul, Yun Sanghai sucked in a breath of cold air. Xing, promise Father that after today, you will not reveal that you have a 5-elemental Dharma soul in front of anyone. Before you become an official magician, you will not reveal the fact that you have multiple Dharma souls. Before you reach the strength of a sky magician, you must not reveal your black Dharma soul in front of anyone. Yunxing had never seen Yun Sanghai reveal such a solemn expression. She nodded. Father, that black Dharma soul, is it a dark Dharma soul? Yunxing was not an ordinary child. Since it was not one of the 4 major Dharma soul elements, it must be a secondary Dharma soul element. On the continent, having a mutated secondary Dharma soul element was a joyous thing. But her father did not allow her to casually use it in front of others. There was only one answer, and that was the dark Dharma soul element that was not accepted by the mainstream magicians on the continent. That's right, dark Dharma soul element is also known as the element of destruction. The youth on your bed has an illustrious identity. At that time, because his mother had dark Dharma soul under him, he is also a person with a bitter life. Although he was abandoned by his family, his talent in magic cannot be coveted by others. You stole a part of his Dharma soul. If this matter is spread out, you will definitely be hunted down. Yun Sanghai decided to leave with Yunxing tonight. Yunxing did not expect her father to make such a hasty decision. There is no time to lose. Pack up. Before daybreak, we will immediately leave Banana Leaf Village. Before that, I have to go out again. Pack up your belongings and wait for me to come back. Yun Sanghai grabbed Yang Shuo's corpse and disappeared into the night. Yunxing looked at the still unconscious Yi Baiming, and an indescribable feeling appeared in her heart. Chapter 41. It was dawn. The anesthetic effect of the datura juice on Yi Baiming's body had dissipated. It was still dark in front of him. Yi Baiming smiled bitterly. It was indeed wishful thinking to recover his sight. But soon, he realized that there were spots of light in the darkness. This was something that had never happened in the past 10 years. He sat up and stretched out his hand in front of his eyes. He waved it, and there was a blurry light in front of him. Yi Baiming was ecstatic. He ignored his weak body and struggled to get down from the couch. He wanted to settle the score with Yunxing. That little wild cat had plotted against him again. This time, he remembered very clearly that he had fainted after being hit by a strange type of internal energy. There was no one in the house. With his sharp ears, Yi Baiming did not find any traces of living people around. Even Xiao Quan, who had been following Yunxing, was not around. Yi Baiming had an ominous feeling. He touched the couch and realized that there were a few lines of words carved on the wooden board. The handwriting was very messy. It must have been carved in a hurry. Night Fox, I'm leaving. Father and I left with Xiao He. Your eyes have been cured. For the next 2 days, your vision will still be a little blurry. You can only see some shadows at first. That's a good sign. You'll be able to recover completely in about 7 days. Remember, don't be exposed to wind or fire. Don't lose your temper. I took half of your Dharma soul, but I also returned a pair of eyes to you. We don't owe each other anything. Never again. Never again. Yi Baiming could imagine that little wild cat hurriedly packing up and escaping with the money. Although his vision had recovered, he seemed to have lost the most important thing. He ran out of the Yun family like the wind and ran towards the highest hill at the entrance of the village. The wind whistled in his ears, and the morning dew wet his sideburns. After climbing up the hill, Yi Baiming could only see a blurry forest and a winding path. After that, he could no longer see clearly. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that Yunxing had left a long time ago. He didn't even have a chance to see her face clearly. Yi Baiming returned to the Yun family in low spirits. He smashed open the bed and dug out the wooden plank with Yunxing's parting words carved on it. He walked in the direction of the temple in the village. A few villagers walked past him and discussed loudly, "Last night, there was a big fire in the Dharma temple. I heard that the fire was very big. It burned the great sorcerer and his disciple to death. Only the old pharmacist who was lucky enough to escape death was left. Great Magus Yang's corpse, which had been burned beyond recognition, was also dug up. Among them was the corpse of a youth. Isn't that so? It was really a big fire. The temple was burned to ruins. It was too scary." The villagers were discussing when they suddenly noticed Yi Baiming. They shouted as if they had seen a ghost, Aren't you great Magus Yang's disciple? Didn't you die?" A cool breeze blew past, and the youth who had been standing in front of the villagers suddenly disappeared. The group of villagers was so scared that they ran away. Within a day, the entire village was spreading the news that the village was haunted. After that day, there was no more temple in Banana Leaf Village. It wasn't until a few months later that people from the temple came to rebuild it. Apart from the village chief's family, no one else noticed that the Yun father and daughter had disappeared. Yunxing and her father left Banana Leaf Village in a hurry. The Yun family didn't have anything valuable. The father and daughter brought a few dozen silver coins and rushed through the night. After arriving at Taisheng town, Yun Songhai spent 2 silver coins to buy an old horse. After buying some dry food and water in town, they headed northwest. On the way, Yun Songhai told Yunxing some things about the Yun family. These were things that Yun Songhai had never mentioned before. Speaking of Yun Songhai's family, Yujing's Yun family could be considered famous in Xinjiang. Yun Songhai's father was called Yun Ba. He was the famous martial saint of Zhou state. Yun Ba's wife died in his middle age, and he had 1 daughter and 2 sons. Yun Songhai was the oldest in the family and was the eldest son of the first wife. The reason why our Yun family is famous in the great Zhou country is because of our ancestors. There were several powerful martial artists who helped the founding monarch of the great Zhou country and made great contributions on the battlefield. When your grandfather came, he became a martial saint that was rarely seen in 500 years. Your second uncle and I also cultivated martial arts when we were young. Yunxing didn't understand. But father, you are a powerful magician. Yes, I changed my cultivation to magic. It can be said that I let down your grandfather's expectations. He often blamed me for this. Yun Sanghai didn't ask how his daughter knew about him. A prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more precious than gold. As long as father is willing to return to the Yun family, grandfather will definitely forgive you. Yunxing pretended to speak in an innocent tone. In her opinion, there was no overnight hatred between father and son. When they left Banana Leaf Village, the Dharma temple in the village was set ablaze. Yang Shuo's corpse and a corpse found in a wild grave on the mountain were thrown into the fire. That fire was no ordinary fire. Ordinary water couldn't extinguish it at all. Banana Leaf Village was remote. By the time the people from the Dharma temple arrived, the father and daughter would have already reached the Jade capital. Under the protection of the Yun family, the father and daughter could sleep peacefully. Father has to make something clear to you. This time, you will be returning to the Yun family alone. Father is only sending you back. I don't plan on acknowledging my ancestors, Yun Sanghai said firmly. Why? Father, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Even if you had a falling out with grandfather back then, so many years have passed. It's time to bury the hatchet. In the past few days, as the father and daughter got closer to the Jade capital, Yun Sheng would often wake up in the middle of the night to find her father standing alone under the moon, looking in the direction of the Jade capital. Your grandfather once said that if I married your mother, he would never acknowledge me as his son. Although your mother has already passed away, she will always live in my heart. She will always be my wife. For her, I will never take another step into the Yun family, Yun Sanghai said firmly. The father and son of the Yun family were both stubborn. Neither of them would back down. Therefore, the father and son had never contacted each other all these years. Seeing his daughter's dissatisfied face, Yun Sanghai said, do you want to learn magic? The father and daughter only cared about hurrying along. After Yun Xing obtained a Dharma soul, it meant that she could use 5 types of magic elements. Apart from the dark element that Yun Sanghai had forbidden, she could use at least 4 other types of magic elements. Yes. Yun Xing finally revealed a smile. Alright, father will teach you the most basic fire elemental magic, the fireball technique. As Yun Sanghai spoke, a bright ball of fire element appeared in his hand. Chapter 42. The biggest difference between magic apprentices and sorcerers was that sorcerers could convert magical elements into magical attacks. Yun Xing had yet to forge her own magic scepter. Previously, Yun Xing had obtained a magic scepter from Yang Shuo. Unfortunately, that scepter could only be used by archmages, and its magical attributes were not compatible with Yun Xing's. Fortunately, when using beginner-level magic, one did not necessarily need a magic scepter. As long as one was proficient enough and chanted properly, one could also launch magical attacks. Yun Sanghai was a fire magician, but he also knew a lot about other types of magic. This was something that Yun Xing had only found out recently. The higher the level of the magician, the shorter the chanting time, but the faster the recovery of magical elements. Yun Sanghai's teaching began with the fire magic that he was most proficient in. At this time, the father and daughter had just arrived outside a secluded forest. There were no villages or residences nearby that they could stay in. Yun Sanghai decided to spend the night in the wilderness. Yun Sanghai's lips moved slightly, and a beautiful fireball fell onto the fire like a meteor. The fire burned fiercely, and the chill of the night was immediately dispelled. That's amazing. Yun Xing clapped and cheered. But in the next moment, Yun Songhai's words made her unable to smile. This fire is mine. If you want to keep warm, go make a fire yourself. Yunxing foolishly picked up a few pieces of dry wood, and tried hard to recall Yun Songhai's chanting. She tried hard to meditate, and read magical elements gathered in her hands. But when she tried to condense the fire magical elements into a ball and shoot it out, the elements immediately collapsed and turned into a wisp of green smoke. As the night deepened, Yun Songhai was roasting dry rations over a bonfire. The aroma of the hot rations wafted into her nose. Yunxing's heart itched unbearably, but as strong as she was, she would not easily beg for mercy from Yun Songhai, even if the other party was her father. He repeated it several times, but there was still no effect. Yunxing was hungry, so she simply sat in the dark and meditated. As night fell, Yunxing's mind kept replaying Yun Songhai's actions. Not far away, the bonfire that was emitting a warm aura was dancing. After an unknown amount of time, Yunxing only felt a ball of heat on her fingertips. Following her consciousness, the fire magical elements turned into a fist-sized fireball and jumped on the pile of firewood with a poof. The fire began to burn. Yun Songhai nodded in satisfaction. Yunxing's ability to comprehend magic was much better than he had expected. Even he, who was known as the genius of the Yun family, took an entire day to comprehend the most basic fireball spell. In the next few days, the father and daughter walked and stopped. Yunxing mastered the fireball technique and also learned the most basic earth element technique, Earth Spike. These two were also the two primary magic that Yunxing could comprehend at this stage without using a magic staff. Qi City is in front of us. It's a medium-sized city, much more prosperous than Taisheng Town. We have been camping outside the city for a few days, and our supplies have long been used up. Let's go into the city to buy some water and food, and rest for a night before leaving. Yun Songhai saw that his daughter had suffered a lot along the way, but she didn't even complain. He was gratified and felt that he had wronged her too much. Yunxing naturally agreed. The father and daughter dismounted from their horses and entered Qi City. The father and daughter rushed all the way and didn't wash up. They looked unkempt, no different from beggars. Fortunately, both of them had an unruly temperament and didn't care about the pointing and whispering of the people in the city. After buying dry food and water, on the way to find an inn to stay, Yunxing and Yun Songhai passed by a magic tool shop. This was the first time that Yunxing had seen a shop related to magic tools. At the door, there were many magic tools hanging, among which various kinds of magic scepters were the most eye-catching. Yunxing had learned to use fire and earth magic, but she had never used a magic scepter to cast magic. When she saw a magic scepter, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. His daughter's small movements fell into Yun Songhai's eyes, and there was a little more affection in his eyes. Xing you should also have your own magic scepter. However, you will only be qualified to wear a magic scepter after you obtain the title of magician. There is a temple in Qi City. You can go and take the magician's examination first. After passing the examination, father will buy you a magic scepter as a reward. Yun Songhai said and asked the passers-by about the location of the temple in Qi City. As a temple in a medium-sized city, the temple in Qi City was much bigger than the one in a small mountain village like Jiaoyi Village. It occupied more than 3 acres of land. In addition to the magic enlightenment and basic magic treatment functions that ordinary temples had, the temple in Qi City had an additional function compared to the temple in Jiaoyi Village. That was to appraise the level of a magician and give out the corresponding magic allowance. However, the person who received the magic allowance had to be a magician who had joined the temple. Stop, why are you two standing sneakily outside the temple? Don't you know how you are dressed? If you want to see a doctor, go and line up. Yun Songhai had just planned to enter the temple with Yunxing when they were stopped by a magician's apprentice. That person saw that Yunxing and her father's clothes were shabby and their unkempt hair and dirty faces, and his face was full of disdain. He thought that the two of them were beggars who wanted to fish in troubled waters and enter the temple to steal tributes. I am here to take the magic examination, Yunxing said and was about to walk into the temple. Bah, magic examination. Which one of you is a magician's apprentice? Him or you? You don't even have hair, and you have shifty eyes. Aren't you afraid of dirtying the ground of the temple? The magician's apprentice spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the father and daughter, wanting to chase them out. Suddenly, a fireball flew out and set his hair on fire. The magician's apprentice was so frightened that he stomped his feet and hit the flames. Yun Songhai looked at his daughter's mischievous appearance and smiled dotingly. He led Yunxing into the temple. There were more magicians stationed in the temple in Qi City than in Jiaoyi village. There was a total of 1 archmage and 2 magicians who were in charge of the daily work. Their attitude was much better than that of the unreasonable magician's apprentice. It was said that Yunxing was here to take the magic examination, so the archmage in charge was very rare. How old are you this year? Are you sure you are here to take the magic examination and not a magician's apprentice? Most children of her age were still magician's apprentices. I'm 6 years old. I'm sure I'm here to take the magic examination, Yunxing replied very confidently. The archmage didn't ask any more questions. He took out a magic testing crystal and said, "You should be taking the magic initiation test too." The examination for a magician is roughly the same as that for a magician's apprentice. However, in order to pass the examination for a magician, you must use the power of the elements and light up the magic crystal for at least half a quarter of an hour. With that, the archmage took out an hourglass used to measure time and indicated that Yunxing could start the magic examination. Chapter 43. Yunxing had participated in the magic test 3 times when she was in the Jiaoye temple. However, it was different from this time. Every time she took a magic test, she would return in defeat. However, things would be different for Yunxing today. Before entering the temple, Yun Songhai had reminded Yunxing that she only needed to use one type of elemental power to light up the magic crystal. Before she returned to the Jade capital and received the protection of her family, Yunxing had to hide her talent well. Even if she hid the dark element, as long as the people in the temple discovered that Yunxing had 4 types of magic souls, they would definitely try to recruit Yunxing. Yun Songhai did not want his daughter to fall into the control of any organization before she grew up. He wanted to let Yunxing do what she really wanted to do. After learning fire and earth magic for a few days, Yunxing's control over the magic elements had become much stronger. She also gradually got used to having a powerful magic soul in her body. She took the magic crystal from the great magician of Qi and injected the fire element in her body into the magic crystal. The moment the fire element was injected, the dim magic crystal turned red like a piece of iron that had been heated up. It flashed with a bright red light. The bright light indicated that the fire element in Yunxing's body was very abundant. As the sand in the hourglass flowed out bit by bit, Yunxing pretended to withdraw some of the fire element. The magic crystal dimmed slightly, but this was enough to make the great magician very satisfied. Congratulations, young lady. You have officially become a sorcerer. The great magician of Qi kindly handed a sorcerer's badge with the symbol of a magic scepter carved on it to Yunxing. The great magician then asked, "Are you interested in joining the temple and becoming a sorcerer in the temple?" On the boundless continent, the temple was a borderless organization that transcended countries. It, the Zhao state, and the Hunters' Union were known as the 3 poles of the continent. Magicians could choose to join the national army or join the temple after being certified by the temple. However, some magicians who preferred freedom would choose to become freelance magicians. In the eyes of the Archmage of Qi City, Although Yunsheng was only a single-element magician, she was only 6 years old. She was quite talented. If they could recruit her into the temple, she might be able to nurture a future star for the temple. Just as Yunsheng was thinking about how to reply, Yun Sanghai, who was standing to the side, had already continued, "Many thanks for this great master's appreciation. Sheng Er is still young, so I don't want her to become a full-time magician of the temple. You have to consider this carefully. If you join the temple, you will receive a monthly allowance of 5 silver coins. With this young lady's age, if she works hard, she might become a member of the temple's prodigy battalion in the future. Then, you will have the chance to meet the genius of the temple, Xia Ming." The great magician did not give up and tried to persuade Yunsheng and her father. "I'll listen to my father and join the temple if I have the chance in the future." Yunsheng was interested in the free allowance of 5 silver coins. As for the prodigy battalion and Xia Ming, she was not interested in them at all. The father and daughter had spent a lot of money on their journey. Her father still had to buy a magic staff for her later. They did not know if they would have enough money to reach the Jade Capital. Yun Sanghai came from a good family. Although he had a rough life, he had a wife who knew how to make money. Later on, he had a stingy daughter. He had never worried about money. Poor little Yunsheng. She had to count how much money she had in her pocket every day. Seeing that he could not persuade the father and daughter, the great magician had no choice but to send them out of the temple. One of the sorcerers did not understand. "Great magician, she's just a sorcerer of one element. Why do you have to lower yourself and persuade her to join the temple?" It was no wonder that the accompanying magicians were dissatisfied. Although it was rare to see a 6-year-old magician, it was not rare to the point of being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. For the temple, which was famous and had branches all over the continent, there were all kinds of geniuses. Moreover, in terms of geniuses, Xia Ming had become a sorcerer at the age of 4. After that, he would successfully advance every other year. He was a true genius. "What do you know?" The great magician rolled his eyes. "Let me ask you. What do those children who become sorcerers at the age of 6 or 7 have in common? What can they have in common? Isn't it just outstanding talent?" The sorcerer was puzzled. Geniuses were born to be worshipped. People like them who could only become sorcerers after decades of hard work could only be envious. What outstanding talent! It should be said that they have outstanding backgrounds. Every genius young sorcerer must have a strong family to rely on. When they were born, they hired the best mentors to be their initiators. When they were a little older, they were sent to the best magic academies in various countries to study. In the process of growing up, they had all kinds of expensive magic potions and magic crystals to replenish their magic elements. It could be said that they had everything they needed. A child born under such conditions, not to mention a human, even a pig could become a magic genius. Look at that girl again. What about her? Her clothes are ragged, and her father is a village man who doesn't know anything about magic. Comparing the two, who is the real genius? The elderly great magician sighed and walked back to the temple in Chi City in disappointment. At this time, the village man that the great magician had mentioned was wandering the streets with his daughter, trying to find a magic scepter for Yunsheng. Chi City was indeed a medium-sized city. There were at least 7 or 8 magic tool shops here. Yunsheng was dazzled, but when she saw the price of those magic tools, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Those magic tools were all priced in silver coins. It was really expensive. "Father, Sheng doesn't have to have a magic scepter. After all, I don't need a magic scepter to cast beginner and intermediate magic." Yunsheng was reluctant to part with the sorcerer's badge that she had just received. However, after she left the temple, she didn't wear the badge on her body. Instead, she put it away. Yun Songhai saw this and was very satisfied. His daughter was very low-key. She was neither arrogant nor discouraged. Perhaps, the past 6 years of living in the mountain village was also a kind of training for her. No, I promised you, so I must do it. There is a special magic scepter shop in front. Yun Songhai and Yun Xing walked into a shop called Tsuoluo. There were several magic tool shops in Qi City. This shop called Tsuoluo was inconspicuous among them. It even looked a little shabby. However, for some reason, Yun Songhai took a fancy to it at first glance and insisted on walking in with Yun Xing. Chapter 44. Welcome to Salo, this adorable young lady. The puppy in your hands is very special. A sharp voice that sounded like a chisel rubbing against a stone floated from the counter. A stern-looking old lady with a bun on her head was sitting behind the counter. She was holding a fat, lazy cat in her arms. The cat's body was huge, while the old lady's body was thin and small. When the two were put together, it was as if the old lady was a cat with a human head. She was lying there lazily, looking at everything around her with her gray eyes. The old lady was looking at Xiao He in Yun Xing's arms with great interest. Xiao He seemed to dislike the old lady and barked unhappily. Upon hearing the barking, the cat in the old lady's arms also narrowed its eyes and barked at Xiao He a few times. For a moment, the smell of gunpowder filled the shop. Madam, I would like to buy a magic scepter for my daughter. Yun Songhai asked with a smile. Only then did that old granny raise her eyelids, giving Yun Songhai another glance. But it was only a glance. What attribute do you want the magic scepter? How old is the beast? Do you need the corresponding magical beast soul stone immediately? The old lady's voice was still very harsh. Yun Xing did not speak. She believed that her father, Yun Songhai, would choose a suitable magic scepter for her. But she was more worried about whether her father had enough silver coins to buy a magic scepter. A magic scepter made from 50-year-old beast bones. Magic attribute? None. It also doesn't need to be embedded with a magical beast soul stone. Yun Songhai almost blurted out. Presumably, when he walked into this shop, he had already thought of what kind of magic scepter he wanted. It was understandable that no magical beast soul stone would be inlaid. After all, for most poor mages, they could not afford expensive soul stones. Most of them would choose to enter the magical beast gathering area and hunt for magical beasts that matched the attributes of the magic scepter. After obtaining the magical beast soul stone, they would then inlay the scepter. But a magic scepter with the attribute of none was weird. A magic scepter without any attributes and without a soul stone inlaid meant that when a mage used a magic scepter, no matter what kind of magic they used, they would not receive any magic enhancement. Then, what was the difference between using a magic scepter and not using a magic scepter? Even the old lady who raised the cat had never met such a request from a customer. Are you sure you want to buy a magic scepter without any magical attributes? Could it be that this little girl is a multi-elemental magician? The granny looked at Yun Xing with her greenish-gray eyes. As expected of the famous scepter maker, Madame Shoro. Only in your shop can I buy a suitable magic scepter for Xing, Yun Songhai said loudly. As far as Yun Xing knew, a magic scepter could only be embedded with a magic soul stone of one type. But among the high-level magicians, there was a saying that was completely different from the common knowledge. A magic scepter could be inlaid with magic soul stones of different attributes, but the prerequisite was that the bones of the magical beast that made the magic scepter did not have any attributes. This way, when the magic scepter was made, there would not be any magical repulsion due to the different attributes of the magic soul stones. This granny was actually a scepter maker. When Yun Xing heard this, her face was also full of shock. Madame Shoro did not expect to meet someone who could recognize her in such an inconspicuous city. She suddenly remembered something, and a glint flashed across her old eyes. I remember now. You are the young man who accompanied that girl to my shop 13 years ago to choose a magic scepter 13 years ago. At that time, Yunsheng was not even born yet. The girl who came to Shoro Magic Shop with Yun Sanghai should be Yunsheng's mother, Hu Jiusheng. Madame Shoro was over 60 years old. She started making magic scepters when she was 10 years old, and it had been 50 years since then. The reason why she did not become one of the most famous weapon makers on the continent was because her magic cultivation was very average. She was also born a commoner, and did not attend any of the famous magic academies on the continent. She was also only a wood elemental great magician. Wood elemental magic was also one of the secondary attributes of magic. It was different from the famous secondary light magic and the taboo dark magic on the continent. Wood elemental magicians did not have strong offensive abilities, and their defensive abilities were also very average. Hence, they were not mainstream in the world of magicians. But, fortune was caused by misfortune. Due to Madame Shoro's early experience, she devoted her life to making magic scepters for commoner magicians. Hence, she did not become a hall scepter master. But, because of this, the magic scepters she made were very popular among commoner magicians because of their good workmanship and reasonable price. Especially those young magicians who had just become magicians. They were willing to travel thousands of miles to buy a magic scepter made by Madame Shoro as their first magic scepter. So, it's the daughter of an old friend. If my memory is not wrong, your wife is also a summoner. Madame Shoro noticed that Yun Sanghai's expression changed when he mentioned the incident from 13 years ago. Madame Shoro did not continue speaking, and lowered her head to size up Yunsheng. With this look, she realized that although the little girl in front of her was dressed in simple clothes, her face was exquisite, and her pair of bright eyes were especially eye-catching. The little girl was completely focused on the magic scepters, and did not seem to hear the conversation between the two. Yun Sanghai had his reasons for choosing 50-year-old magical beast bones. Even if it had been made into a magic scepter, the bones of magical beasts would still have a vicious aura. Especially those magic scepters that had been cruelly killed and stripped of their bones. If used improperly, it could even harm its owner. Usually, a magician's first magic scepter was just a transitional magic scepter. After becoming a more advanced magician, they could choose to replace the magic scepter. With Yunsheng's current age, it was impossible for her to control a magic scepter that was over 50 years old. But, considering that she would have to use this magic scepter for the next few years, Yun Sanghai specified that he wanted a magic scepter that was at most 50 years old. Bones of magical beasts without attributes. That will be difficult. Madame Shoro's face was also troubled. She glanced at Xiao Hei in Yunsheng's arms. There is a ready-made one. The magical beast in the little girl's hands seems to have no attributes. Xiao Hei's black fur stood up when she heard that. In Madame Shoro's arms, the fat cat shook its whiskers provocatively. Xiao Hei is my beast. I would rather not have the magic scepter than touch Xiao Hei. Yunsheng hugged Xiao Hei tightly. She looked as if she was really afraid that Madame Shoro would reach out her withered hands and grab Xiao Hei at any moment. Yun Sanghai found it funny when he saw that. Most of the time, Yunsheng was calm to the point that she didn't seem like a normal child. This point even made Yun Sanghai, who was her father, vexed for quite a while. His daughter only seemed like a 6-year-old girl at times like this. Chapter 45. While her father, Yun Sanghai, was talking to Madame Shoro, Yunsheng was sizing up Madame Shoro's shop with interest. It was a small shop with a cramped interior and a lot of things. Yunxing's impression was that a pile of things had been stuffed into a matchbox. Unlike other magic tool shops that were exquisite and spacious, this one was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. Yunxing even saw a few brooms. She couldn't help but think of the witches who flew all over the sky on their flying brooms. In the entire shop, there was only a small aisle that allowed one to walk sideways. Yunxing had to walk sideways carefully to avoid knocking over things. Beside the counter, there were dozens of magic scepters inserted into the ground messily. A few of them were covered in dust. But Yunxing also noticed the uniqueness of the shop. On the snow-white walls, there were some diagrams of the structure of the magic scepter. Among them, there was an explanation of the knowledge of the magic scepter. Yunxing's knowledge of the magic scepter was limited. In her impression, there were only 3 people who had a magic scepter. Her father, Yun Sanghai, the sorcerer, Grandpa village chief, and the great sorcerer, Yang Shuo. As for Yi Baiming, although he was also a sorcerer, it was said that his magic scepter had been broken, so she had never seen him use any magic scepter. The diagrams of the magic scepter on the wall answered Yunxing's doubts very well. According to the diagrams, a sorcerer's magic scepter was very important. Not only could it help the sorcerer use magic more smoothly, some magic scepters that were embedded with soul stones of special attributes could also enhance magic to a certain extent. Moreover, the higher the level of the magic scepter, the better the enhancement and acceleration of magic. A magic scepter was mainly made up of 2 parts. One was the magical beast bone used to make the body of the scepter. The older the magical beast bone, the stronger and more compatible it was with magic, but the difficulty of making it was also higher. Apart from the magical beast bone, the other important part of the magic scepter was the magical beast soul stone. Yunxing had heard that the magical beast soul stone was the most important part of a magical beast. It was even more precious than the magical beast bone. Take a high-level magical beast as an example. If it was a large magical beast, it might have several bones that could be used to make the body of a magic staff. However, there could only be one magical beast soul stone. A magic scepter could be embedded with a maximum of 8 soul stones to form a complete soul stone chain. According to the order of the soul stones, there were 10-year soul stones, 50-year soul stones, 100-year soul stones, 500-year soul stones, 1,000-year soul stones, 5,000-year soul stones, 10,000-year soul stones, and above 10,000-year soul stones. In an ordinary magic scepter shop, the magic scepters that could be purchased were usually soul stones below 500 years old. Magic scepters that were embedded with magical beast soul stones of around 1,000 years old could only be obtained in some large auctions. Putting aside the value of a magic scepter, whether a magic scepter could be fully unleashed had a lot to do with the magician himself. Normally, a fire-type magician would buy a magic scepter embedded with fire-type magical beast bones or a magic scepter embedded with a fire-type magical beast soul stone. Only then could they maximize the effect of their fire-type spells. However, this logic did not apply to Yunxing. Because of her 5 elemental magic souls, she was already a rare all-elemental magician. As such, the magic scepter that Yunxing was looking for had even more stringent requirements in terms of attributes. From Madame Suoluo's words, it was not difficult for Yunxing to realize that a non-elemental magic scepter was not easy to find. Yun Sanghai had also considered this point, which was why he had chosen Madame Suoluo's shop. He knew that if even Madame Suoluo did not have such a magic scepter, other shops would definitely not have one. Just like magicians, most magical beasts had attributes. Magical beasts without attributes were really hard to find. You don't have such a magic scepter. If you don't have one that is 50 years old, 40 years old will do too. Yun Sanghai settled for the next best thing. As a magician, he knew how rare magical beasts with non-elemental attributes were. The known non-elemental magical beasts on the continent, such as the Mirage Beast and Nebula Beast, as well as the top magical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes, were all hard to come by. I don't have one that is 40 years old either. However, I do have a non-elemental enigmatic scepter with an unknown age. It has been in my shop for decades. Because I don't know its age, I have never sold it. If you are brave enough, you can try to see if it is compatible with this magic scepter. Madame Soaluo thought of something. The so-called enigmatic scepter was a magical beast bone scepter that could not be identified due to some unknown reasons, such as the type of beast unknown. On the boundless continent, the age of a magical beast bone was mostly determined by measuring the amount of magical elements in the bone. However, for a non-elemental magical beast, there was no magical element in its bone. This meant that it was very difficult to determine the age of the bone. Yunxing's eyes lit up when she heard this. The Flame Emperor of Shenong not only tasted all kinds of herbs in the ancient times, he also treated many domestic animals and animals. Their Yan family had also inherited the legacy of the Flame Emperor of Shenong. They were proficient in all kinds of animal diseases. They could determine the age of a beast by touching the bone, the density of the bone, and the length of the bone. This. Xing do you want to choose a single elemental magic scepter and use it first? Yun Canghai hesitated. He was unwilling to let Yunxing take this risk. He was considering if he should let Yunxing choose a single elemental magic scepter and use it for a while. After all, Yunxing was the most outstanding at using fire elemental offensive magic. A magic scepter was not something that could be used casually. If the age of a magic scepter was not fixed, Xing would not be able to use it after 1 or 2 years. However, if the age of the beast was high, not only would Xing not be able to control it, she might even be devoured by the magic scepter. A magic scepter of unknown origin was too dangerous. Father, Xing wants to try that enigmatic bone wand. Even if the magic scepter is not suitable, we can make up for it with magical beast soul stones in the future. Yunxing did not hesitate at all. She would rather go without than have something substandard. What she wanted was an all-elemental magic scepter. Madame Soaluo nodded in satisfaction. She was a determined child. At her age, this was rare. Yunxing's fearless attitude was very similar to her mother, Hu Jiuxing. Yun Canghai sighed inwardly. Back then, when Hu Jiuxing was choosing a magic scepter, she was also determined to choose the most suitable one. For this, the two of them traveled almost half of Zhou State before finally finding a suitable magic scepter in Madame Soaluo's shop in Qi City. Madame Soaluo scratched the neck of the fat cat on her body. The fat cat wobbled as it stood up, dragging its fat on the ground. Although the fat cat was very fat, it was very agile. With a whoosh, it jumped onto the shelf and took down a scepter-shaped jade box from the highest point. If a magic scepter was not used for a long time, it had to be stored in a jade box. Otherwise, the magical elements in the scepter would be lost. Actually, this magic scepter wasn't made by me personally. It's also the only magic scepter in the entire shop that wasn't made by me. It was sold to me by a destitute mage, and the soul stone on it had already been removed. Little girl, you can try and see if you can control this magic scepter. If you can't, you can choose another one. Madame Soaluo opened the jade box. Chapter 46. The moment the jade box was opened, Yunxing and her father's gazes immediately focused on the magic scepter in the box. After seeing the magic scepter, the left side of the father and daughter's mouth twitched unconsciously. The father and daughter's actions were exactly the same. Xiao He glanced at it and rolled her eyes. She continued to lie in Yunxing's arms and stare at that fat cat. Cat fur. Inside the exquisite jade box was a magic scepter that was the length of an arm and covered in cat fur. Ha, it's my fault. No one asked about this thing in the shop, so I left it on the top shelf. I just had to clean it up. Madame Soaluo laughed awkwardly. She quickly chanted a cleaning spell, and the cat fur on the surface of the magic scepter disappeared immediately. The true appearance of the magic scepter was finally revealed. It was a slender magic scepter. Compared to the magic scepters that were half the height of a person that great magician Yang and Grandpa Village Chief used, this one was more like a small wooden stick that children used to play house. Looking at the appearance of the magic scepter, it was only as thick as the bone of a 10-year-old magical beast. However, the person who sold it was a mage with a high level of cultivation. It was no wonder that even a famous scepter maker like Madame Suoluo could not identify it. Yunsheng took the magic scepter. The moment she touched it, she felt that it was a little heavy. It looks like the bone of a small magical beast. Why is it so heavy? Yunsheng thought to herself confidently. From the structure, it was almost exactly the same as the leg bone of a cat. Based on the weight of the magic scepter in her hand, Yunsheng estimated that this magic scepter should be over 50 years old. The correct age should be between 80 to 99 years old. Logically speaking, this magic scepter had already exceeded the maximum age of a magical beast that Yunsheng could control. However, Yunsheng did not intend to give up on this bewitching bone scepter. She intended to give it a try. Madame Soaluo, father, Sheng-er wants to try. Yunsheng looked earnestly at her father, Yun Sanghai, and Madame Soaluo. She did not tell the two elders the true age of this bewitching bone. Then let's give it a try. But remember, if you are unable to control it, when I tell you to withdraw your hand, you must immediately withdraw your hand. There are still many well-made magic scepters here, there will definitely be one that is suitable for you. Yun Sanghai was very clear about his daughter's personality. She was the kind of person who would not give up until she hit a wall. Yunsheng nodded. The process of taming a magic scepter was very similar to taking part in the magic assessment. All one had to do was to inject their own magical elements into the magic scepter. If the magic scepter was able to respond, it would mean success. However, if the magic scepter did not accept the magician's response and emitted a repulsive force, it would mean failure. The failure of the magic scepter's sensing could be serious or minor. The most serious consequence would be the damage to one's magic soul, which would affect one's future magic cultivation. That was why Yun Sanghai planned to stop Yunsheng immediately if the sensing failed. Yunsheng held the magic scepter. Just like in Qi City, she first injected the fire magical elements into the magic scepter. That's it. Yunsheng felt that as soon as her magical elements entered the magic scepter, they were all swallowed up like a whirlwind. Could it be that the fire magical elements were not working? Yunsheng thought for a moment, then injected the earth magical elements in her body into the magic scepter. Still, there was nothing. It was like a small stone thrown into an ancient well of unknown depth. It only caused a ripple and then disappeared. Yunsheng's expression became serious. She tried the wind magical elements again. She also injected the light green wind magical elements into the magic scepter. The situation did not improve at all. Water magical elements. It was the same. All four magical elements were used once, but none of them could resonate with the magic scepter. Yunsheng's hand that was holding the magic scepter was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. Madame Soaluo also noticed the change in Yunsheng's expression, but she did not find it strange. In fact, when this scepter was first sold, there were a few mages who tried to sense this magic scepter. A magic scepter with the Nun attribute could be said to be the most special existence among all the magic scepters. It could be used by multi-elemental mages, but it could also be used by single-elemental mages. But after those mages tried to sense this enigmatic bone scepter, they all had the same thought. No matter which element they used, they could not sense it. It was obviously a tough bone that could not be swayed by force or persuasion. If you can't, don't force yourself. Yun Songhai saw that Yun Sheng was struggling and could not help but persuade her. Yun Sheng had only become an all-elemental mage a few days ago. Her ability to use magical elements still needed to be strengthened. Father, I want to try again. Yun Sheng was not discouraged. She could survive 3 failed attempts at magic initiation. She could even do something as unbelievable as a magical soul transplant. What else could she not do? Yun Sheng closed her eyes. The 5 elemental magical soul in her body was like a 5-colored cloud, quietly exuding magical elements. What would happen if all 5 types of magical elements were to be included in it? A bold idea popped up in Yun Sheng's mind. She was someone who would do as she said. With a thought, the red, green, yellow, blue, and the mysterious black dark magic elements all flowed towards the magic element like flowing water. Suddenly, the magic scepter started to vibrate. It was like a struggling magical beast, desperately trying to break free from Yun Sheng's hand. Magic rejection. Yun Songhai was shocked and quickly stopped her. Sheng, let go. Little girl, let go of the enigmatic bone scepter immediately. Madame Suoluo also ordered Yun Sheng to let go immediately. Although they did not know what had happened, the consequences of magic rejection were too serious. But Yun Sheng did not listen to the 2 of them and immediately let go. Even though the magic scepter in her hand was violently rejecting her, causing her hand to feel pain as if it was about to be torn off. Very quickly, the repulsive force in all directions caused wounds to appear on her hand. Blood flowed out and it was a ghastly sight. Yun Songhai's eyes were fierce. His hand slowly reached into his robes, wanting to pull out his magic scepter. Just as the magical elements in Yun Sheng's body were going berserk. Ding! That restless magic scepter suddenly calmed down. In the Suoluo shop, in a sea of colorful light, the most beautiful magic movement was played. That was, Yun Songhai took out his hand again, and a smile appeared on his face. Madame Suoluo's eyes widened. Fat Cat in her hand and Xiao Hei in Yun Sheng's arms were also stunned by this scene. After being a scepter for so long, she had never seen such a situation. Chapter 47. Amidst the colorful light, heavenly music floated in the air. A magic fairy the size of a butterfly appeared. It had a shiny body, pointed ears, and an unimaginably beautiful face. It had a pair of wings on its back. Magic fairies were as magical beasts in the boundless continent. Legend had it that they were open-minded and loved freedom. They lived by absorbing moonlight and dew. They were the most intelligent creatures and lived in all kinds of forests and lakes. But if they heard beautiful music or the purest magic, they would appear. Their appearance meant blessings and luck. Yun Sheng was also attracted by this beautiful and passionate little creature. The beautiful little fellow whose age and gender could not be determined kept turning around Yun Sheng. It had wavy hair, crystal-like eyes, and butterfly-like wings. After the music on the magic scepter disappeared, it left a fairy's kiss on Yun Sheng's magic scepter. Then, it disappeared along with the colorful light. At the same time, Yun Sheng also felt that the magic scepter in her hand had become lighter and lighter. With a slight movement of her consciousness, a fireball shot out. Oh my God, it's a fairy's blessing. Little girl, not only did you tame the enigmatic scepter, you also received a fairy's blessing. Let me see what kind of blessing this magic scepter received. Madame Shoro smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into a line. It should be known that very few people could form a magic movement or even summon a magic fairy when they sensed a magic scepter. The fact that this was happening in her magic grocery store was an honor in itself. He recalled that someone had once asked the most revered mage of the boundless continent. For some reason, that mage had offended the Law Temple, and in the process of being hunted down, he had managed to defeat the 7 most powerful law overlords of the Law Temple at the time. After that, someone asked this magician how he had defeated so many powerful magicians. That magician just smiled and said, "Fairy's blessing." Because that magician had received 3 fairy blessings. For a mage, the maximum number of magic scepters that could be embedded into a magic scepter was no more than 8 soul stones. But a magic scepter blessed by an elf was equivalent to having an extra magical beast soul stone. As for how many times a magic scepter could receive elven blessings, no one knew yet. The elven blessing was more flexible than the magical beast soul stone. It had almost no restrictions on the mage's level. However, the elves' blessings were much harsher than the magical beast soul stones. After all, the elves were not friendly to humans. Only a magician with a magic scepter with a magic compatibility of more than 90% would have a chance of attracting an elf. In all these years, Madame Shoro had only seen the elven blessing twice. After inspecting the magic scepter, Madame Shoro was pleasantly surprised to find a light green elven brand on Yunxing's magic scepter. It was a wind blessing, which meant that the magic scepter had received the blessing of the wind spirit. Congratulations, little girl. This blessing of the wind spirit can increase your magic by 30%. Madame Soaluo patted Yunxing's head. She liked this strong little girl from the bottom of her heart. Just now, in such a critical situation, even an experienced mage would find it difficult to resist the repulsion of magic. However, Yunxing had managed to endure it. This little girl would definitely become someone great in the future. 30% magic increase. Yunxing did not seem to be very satisfied with this effect. Sheng, you are indeed the daughter of your mother and I. Yun Sanghai was also very excited. He was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out. But in just an instant, the dramatic change made him go from hell to heaven. He spread out his big hands and carried his daughter up, raising her high above his head. Yunxing almost vomited blood. She was a female miracle doctor who had lived for more than 20 years in her previous life. But now, she was being carried and played like a child. What a disgrace. Seeing that his daughter's smile was about to freeze, Yun Sanghai put Yunxing down. He said happily, "Xing, don't be greedy. The blessing of the wind spirit is the rarest among all the blessings of the elves. This is because the wind spirit is more erratic and unpredictable compared to other elves. A 30% increase in magic speed meant that in the future, when you use magic, you would be able to use any kind of magic 30% faster than others. Not only that, when you learn group magic, you can also use the corresponding magic increase on your companions." Yunxing instantly had a feeling that when a person achieved the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Now that he put it that way, she seemed to have picked up a huge bargain. Unfortunately, even though she had received the acknowledgement of this magic scepter, Yunxing still could not confirm which magical beast this enchanting bone scepter belonged to. That's great. This magic scepter has finally found a suitable owner. Madame Soro smiled. Since the little girl and the enchanting bone scepter are so fated, and you and your father are both my regular customers, I will give you a discount. 8 gold coins. Gold coins. Yunxing almost smashed the magic scepter in her hand. This was already a discount. This was too much. 8 gold coins meant 80 silver coins and 800 copper coins. If it was in the past, it would be enough for Yunxing and her father to sell hemastasis flowers for many months. Yunxing's heart was bleeding. She knew very well that Yun Sanghai did not have 8 gold coins in his wallet. Looking at Yun Sanghai's expression, he did not seem to realize how high the price was. No, if this went on, she and her father would have to stay in sorrow to serve the old lady and that fat cat. Madam Sorrow, can this magic scepter be cheaper? Look at how old it is, and it has a moldy smell. There is not even a single soul stone on it. Yunxing gritted her teeth. It was indeed important to have a woman who could take care of the family. Little girl, Madame Sorrow is famous for being honest with her prices. I did not charge you a single cent more for this enchanting bone scepter. There was a soul stone on it, but the magician who sold it was too poor. He dug out all the soul stones on it and sold them. When I bought it, it was already 8 gold coins. Madame Sorrow was also anxious. Although she was a commoner staff maker, she could not lose money. But we don't have that much money. Yunsheng could only be honest. We have money, Yun Sanghai interrupted from the side. Father, men shouldn't interrupt when women are speaking. Yunsheng was nearly angered to the point of fainting by her father, Yun Sanghai. At such an important moment of bargaining, how could he say he had money? No, they had money. Where did they get the money? Yunsheng was puzzled. Yun Sanghai took out some bottles and jars. Madam Sorrow, take a look. How many silver coins can these magic potions be sold for? Chapter 48. Yunxing carried the enigmatic bone scepter out of the magic provision store as she wished. As for the problem of the 8 gold coins, it had already been solved with dozens of bottles of magic potions. Yunxing did not expect her father to be a big bad wolf who looked harmless on the outside but was actually a scheming person on the inside. He actually did not tell her beforehand that when he left Banana Leaf Village, he did not forget to take away all the valuable magic potions in the temple when he burned it down. In Yun Sanghai's words, Yang Shuo was not a good person no matter what. It would be a waste not to take his things. Other than the 8 gold coins used to buy the enigmatic bone scepter, the father and daughter had an additional 3 gold coins in their pouches. This was not a small windfall. With these gold coins, they would be able to reach the Jade Capital successfully. Yunxing's face was full of smiles. She was so happy that she even forgot that Yun Sanghai had entered a restaurant and ordered a table of dishes. Seeing his daughter's happy face, Yun Sanghai was also amused. His daughter was good at everything, and she was also smart. It was just that she was too calculative when it came to money. Let's not go to the Jade Capital first. Your enigmatic bone scepter still lacks a magic soul stone. Before going to the Jade Capital, let's go to the Yuwu mountain range to find you a magical beast soul stone that is between 20 to 50 years old. Unlike purchasing an enigmatic bone scepter, a magical beast soul stone could only be used after obtaining it. Otherwise, if the soul stone was not properly preserved, it would lose its effectiveness and become a useless stone. On the boundless land, most of the mages would hunt for soul stones by themselves. However, there were also some aristocratic family members who relied on their family's power to hunt some high-level magical beasts to obtain soul stones. Yun Sanghai's plan was to buy an enigmatic bone scepter for Yunxing. However, since Yunxing had already chosen to become a mage, she had to rely on her own abilities to obtain her first magical beast soul stone. Yunxing did not reveal much surprise when she learned that she had to kill a magical beast with her own hands. After all, when she was in Banana Leaf Village, she had also hunted magical beasts like the willow-green snake and even the golden rhinoceros boar in the forest. But Yunxing had greatly underestimated the magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain Range. What she didn't know was that the lowest level magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain Range were about the same level as the golden rhino boar. Low-level magical beasts like the willow snake would not be able to survive in the Dark Moon Mountain Range. The father and daughter stayed in Chi City for the night. Then, they left Qi City at the crack of dawn the next day. Then, they headed for the Crow Moon Mountain Range, which was more than 30 miles away from Qi City. The Yuwu Mountain Range was the closest magical beast mountain range to Qi City. It was also a famous magical beast mountain range in the Zhou state. Since ancient times, human magicians and warriors had constantly hunted magical beasts in order to obtain greater strength. During this period of time, the slaughtered demonic beasts rose up in revolt. They were led by the powerful 100,000-year-old demonic beast king and launched an attack on the greedy humans. In order to survive, the strong humans were forced to unite. They opened up cities, territories, and built countries. After countless bloody battles, the strong humans sealed the 8 most powerful demonic beast kings and killed countless demonic generals and demonic soldiers. The surviving demonic beasts fled into the deep mountains, forests, lakes, valleys, and even other unknown spaces. In order to protect the safety of the common people, every country and city would station troops near the gathering places of the magical beasts. The Dark Moon Mountain Range was one such gathering place of the magical beasts. Only human magicians, warriors, and summoners could enter the gathering places of the magical beasts with a warrant from the Zhou State, Temple, or even the Hunters Guild. After walking for about a day and a night, Yunxing finally saw a crescent-shaped mountain range. The Dark Moon Mountain Range was an ancient forest that covered an area of thousands of acres. There were all kinds of herbs and some mid-level magical beasts growing here. Before they got close to the mountain range, Yunxing saw a market. She did not expect that there would be a market in such a desolate forest. This is the Dark Moon Market. It is a place for hunters, magicians, and some doctors to gather herbs in the forest to sell and collect all kinds of resources. Before we enter the Dark Moon Mountain Range, we have to buy some things. After we enter the forest, we have to stay in the forest until we find a suitable soul stone for you. Yun Songhai bought some antidotes, insect repellent, a few flints, and about 20 caddies of wine. When she saw the wine, Yunxing pursed her lips. She was implying that her father was still thinking about wine even at a time like this. Yun Songhai smiled helplessly, as if he was mocking himself and explaining, "You know, father can't live without wine." Yunxing made up her mind. Once she killed the magical beasts and obtained a suitable magical soul stone, she would return to the Jade Capital and help her father kick his alcohol addiction so that he could become an outstanding sorcerer again. Yun Songhai also had a storage ring on him. He put the wine into the storage ring, then brought Yunxing to the entrance of the Dark Moon Mountain Range. On the way, a group of hunters happened to pass by Yunxing and her father. It was a group of 7 to 8 male martial artists and 2 female magicians. These people were dressed differently from the hunters that came and went. Every one of them was fully equipped, so they were probably not from the hunting team. What caught Yunxing's attention was that one of the 2 female magicians was about the same age, about 8 or 9 years old. In her hand, she was wearing a magician's medal on her luxurious robe, and she was showing off a 30-year-old magic scepter. The magic scepter was not embedded with any magical soul stone. It seemed like she was also here to find her first magical soul stone. The other people in the group were all martial grandmasters, and the leader was actually a martial supremacy. As for the middle-aged female magician in the group, she was wearing an eye-catching archmage's medal. Her magic scepter was embedded with 2 blue magical soul stones. She was probably an archmage who was proficient in water magic. Such a group might not be much in a place like the Jade Capital, but suddenly appearing in a place like the Dark Moon Mountain Range was already considered a luxurious group. Needless to say, they must be a trial team from a small family to help hunt the magical beasts. Along the way, the hunters all avoided them from afar, afraid that they would provoke them. Yun Songhai did not have any reaction. He was chatting and laughing with his daughter, Yunxing, along the way. Yunxing had been in the boundless land for more than 6 years, and this was the first time she was so quiet with Yun Songhai. The father and daughter were so harmonious that the female magician could not help but look over. She took a few glances at Yunsheng and her father. Seeing their shabby appearance, she pinched her nose coquettishly and said in disgust, "Stinky, stinky. Uncle Chi Wu, didn't you say that the Dark Moon Mountain Range is the place with the most magical beasts? How can even beggars enter the Dark Moon Mountain Range?" Chapter 49. Young Miss, we agreed not to cause any trouble along the way. Quickly apologize to the two of you. The revered martial artist in the lead nodded at Yun Songhai to express his goodwill. His eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that although the father and daughter were dressed simply, they weren't ordinary people. The little girl was very rude and unreasonable. She didn't pay any attention to them and pulled the female great magician forward. The revered martial artist could only helplessly shake his head and walk towards Yun Songhai. "Big brother, I'm sorry. Our young miss is a bit unruly, but her nature is still good. You also want to go to Yuwu Mountain Range. I see that you have a child with you. Why don't you come with us?" It could be seen that the little girl had an unruly temperament. These martial artists must have suffered a lot along the way. However, for a 7 or 8-year-old girl to be able to become a magician, her talent was pretty good. It was no wonder that she was unruly by nature. Yunxing didn't want to travel with that kind of girl. Unexpectedly, Yun Songhai unexpectedly agreed to his invitation. Yunsheng was flabbergasted. She didn't know what Yun Songhai's intentions were. "Uncle Ji, I don't want to travel with her. Look at her, she doesn't even have a decent magic staff." When she heard that she had to travel with Yunxing and the others, the little girl stomped her feet in anger. The female great magician also had a worried expression. She invited the revered martial artist to the side and respectfully said, "Senior Ji, why did you invite an unidentified person to travel with us? You also know that young Mrs. Identity is sensitive. It wouldn't be good if she was targeted by someone." Maid Mu, when this official came out, I received her ladyship's instructions. This time, the search for magical beast soul stones is secondary and the main goal is to train young Mississippi. Otherwise, with young Mrs. Temperament, if she enters the Magic Academy in the future, she will definitely be ostracized. The revered martial artist sighed. Along the way, his deputy generals had a lot of complaints about young Mississippi. If it wasn't for her identity, they would have already quit. He had only reluctantly accepted this escort mission because the Empress had once saved his life. This Wu Zun had put in a lot of effort. He saw that Yunsheng was similar to the little miss. She looked smart and quick-witted, and they were both new magicians. Perhaps the little miss could change her domineering temper by getting along with her. The female official surnamed Mu could only nod and go over to explain to the little girl. The little girl glared fiercely at Yunsheng and went to the side alone to get angry. The female official seemed to have a good temper. She walked in front of Yunsheng and Yun Songhai and said, "The two of you, I am Mu Shueiyue. This is my family's young miss, Huang Linger. How should I address the two of you? I'm Yun Songhai, and this is my daughter, Yunsheng. Please take care of us along the way." Yun Songhai adopted an indifferent attitude towards outsiders. After the two of them joined Huang Linger's team, the group quickly passed through the tree-lined path. A checkpoint appeared in front of them. Chi Wuzun took out a token and waved it in front of several guards. The guards hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Lord. I have received orders from the eastern capital to bring people into the Yuwu mountain range for training." Lord Qi pointed to several people behind him. Yunxing finally understood that her father must have known that there was a checkpoint outside the Yuwu mountain range. That was why he had mixed into this team. With Lord Qi's token, the group smoothly entered the Yuwu mountain range. Yunxing and the others entered the Yuwu mountain range. About an hour later, a fast horse galloped over. A guard of Qi's city jumped off the horse and said while panting, "Quickly close the Yuwu mountain range and prohibit anyone from entering." Last night, a vicious murder occurred in the outskirts of Qi's city. A magical beast ranked 45th on the sea-level wanted list broke into the Yuwu mountain range. Wanted magical beast. As soon as they heard the name of the wanted magical beast, the faces of several guards suddenly changed. They immediately closed the entrance of the Yuwu mountain range and set up a notice board outside the Yuwu mountain range. After the notice board was posted, the city guards also posted a reward for the sea-level wanted magical beast. In a short period of time, the hunters and magicians near the Yuwu mountain range all received the news. However, those who entered the Yuwu mountain range a few days earlier were unaware of it. The sea-level wanted magical beast was too frightening. The guards of Qi's city did not dare to enter the Yuwu mountain range. Wanted magical beast was a special name for those ferocious beasts in the boundless continent. Magical beasts were divided into good and evil. For example, magical beasts that lived in the Yuwu mountain range all year round would not take the initiative to leave the mountain range. Generally, before they were frightened, they would not take the initiative to attack humans. However, wanted magical beasts were different. Most of them were powerful and ruthless. Moreover, they were bloodthirsty. They would break into towns and villages and take the initiative to attack domestic animals and even residents. Therefore, there was a special magical beast wanted list in the boundless continent. It listed all kinds of magical beasts that escaped after committing crimes. According to the magical beasts level, the magical beast wanted list was divided into 5 lists from S level to D level. Each list had 1 to 100 magical beasts. The magical beasts that could be on the list either had amazing combat skills or were proficient in magic. The magical beasts on the sea-level list were at least rank 5 or 6 magical beasts. They were equivalent to the existence of martial venerables and master magicians. If there was a wanted list, there would naturally be a reward. The original bounty for a C-class monster ranked 45th was as high as 100 gold coins. Last night, the passerby it killed happened to be a rich man in Qi's city. The family of the rich man offered an additional 50 gold coins as a reward for killing it. With the two added together, the bounty for this sea-level magical beast was as high as 150 gold coins. With such a great reward, there would be brave men. Although the officials strictly prohibited people from entering the Yuwu mountain range, later that day, some local hunters sneaked into the Yuwu mountain range one after another to search for the whereabouts of the sea-level magical beast. At this time, Yunxing and her father had followed Huang Ling and the rest into the middle of the Yuwu mountain range. The sky gradually darkened. Huang Ling had walked for a day. She was also a magician, so her physical strength was weak. She loved to rest very much. After Qi Wuzuan and Yun Songhai discussed, they decided to set up camp beside a small river and rest for the night. When distributing the tents, Qi Wuzuan considered the difference between safety and gender, so he let Yunxing and Huang Ling stay in the same tent. What? You want me to sleep in the same tent with this dirty girl? When Huang Ling heard this, she immediately exploded. Who are you calling a dirty girl? Apologize to Xing. When Yun Songhai heard this, his face darkened. He looked at Huang Ling with a fierce and terrifying gaze. Huang Ling was so scared that she shivered. She immediately pulled back the female great magician surnamed Mu. That female archmagus surnamed Mu could only mediate the situation, wanting to settle the matter peacefully. Who would have thought that Yun Songhai wouldn't budge? He said word by word, apologize. The female great magician surnamed Mu was also a little unhappy. She had a noble status. This martial artist was neither a magician nor a man. What right did he have to threaten her and her little miss? She humphed and pulled out her magic staff. The magic staff was covered with a faint blue light of water magic. Chapter 50. Stupid. People who stayed in the palace for a long time didn't even know how to read people's expressions. This was the Yuwu mountain range, not the eastern capital. When Chi Wu saw this, he didn't step forward to stop them. He wanted to teach Huang Ling, and the others a lesson. Mu Shueiyue had been practicing water magic since she was young. She thought that Yun Songhai was just a brute and that she could use magic to intimidate him. The magic scepter in her hand was an 80-year-old whalebone. The magic she released was fast and stable. With a flash of blue light, a whale rose from the water. This conflict was all because of Huang Ling, but she didn't show any signs of repentance. Instead, she kept shouting, "Aunt Mu, teach him a lesson." Ungrateful lowly commoner. Yun Songhai's body didn't move. Suddenly, a lump of fire ignited on the surface of the river. The entire surface of the water instantly became a pot of boiling hot water. Before that water whale even began its attack, it was already thoroughly burned into steam. Mu Shueiyue's expression turned pale. A magician. The other party was also a magician, and his strength was at least one level higher than hers. Water could subdue fire. That was nature, but the other party's fire didn't fear her water at all. What a domineering fire. Yun Songhai didn't even make a move. She didn't even see the other party pull out the magic scepter and her whale was destroyed. Although Huang Ling, was young, she still knew how to read people's faces. When the whale was suddenly destroyed, Aunt Mu was even more shocked. She suddenly understood that the down-and-out father and daughter weren't simple. "I'm sorry. I won't say it next time." Huang Ling, bit her lip and reluctantly apologized to Yunxing. "Father, you're awesome." Yunxing flew over and hugged Yun Songhai in satisfaction. As expected of her father, she gave him a compliment. But when she hugged Yun Songhai, Yunxing found that his body was cold, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. "Father." Yunxing was surprised. Yun Songhai patted his daughter's head and took out a bottle of wine. After drinking it, his body warmed up a little. After this small conflict, Yunxing, Huang Linger, and Mu Shueiyue stayed in the same tent. The two girls didn't like each other. At night in the Yuwu mountain range, there were magical beasts roaming around from time to time. Chi Wu and Yun Songhai discussed and exchanged patrols at night. At night, when it was time to sleep, Yunxing fell asleep first. Huang Linger thought that she had fallen asleep and quietly said to Mu Shueiyue, "Aunt Mu, these two people are really annoying. Why don't we secretly ditch them and go on our own?" There weren't many magical beasts in the outer regions of the Dark Moon mountain range, but after entering the middle regions, magical beasts of the third rank appeared one after another. Huang Ling's goal was to find magical beast soulstones. On the boundless continent, there was no lack of magical beast mountain ranges that were of a higher level than the Raven Moon mountain range. However, for a newbie who had just become a spellcaster, the magical beasts in the Raven Moon mountain range were the most suitable place to obtain their first magical soul stone. "Little miss, don't worry. If you really meet with danger, Lord Qi will definitely help." Although Yunxing's father is powerful, his body doesn't seem to be in good condition. He can't use magic often. After Mu Shueiyue suffered during the day, she secretly paid attention to Yun Songhai and found that something was wrong with him. After Yunxing heard this, she felt a little uncomfortable. Outside the tent, the bonfire had already been extinguished. Magical beasts were different from ordinary wild beasts. Although some magical beasts were afraid of open fire, to fire-type magical beasts, fire was the most attractive thing to them. Therefore, Yun Songhai and company kept watch outside the tent and didn't light a fire. After midnight, it was Yun Songhai's turn to keep watch outside. The night in the mountains was especially cold. Yun Songhai's physique was even colder than the average person's stomach. He took out a wine jug, and just as he was about to pour a mouthful of wine into his mouth, a hand reached over and snatched the wine jug away. "Big brother Yun Songhai, you don't mind asking for some wine, right?" Chi Wu, who was supposed to be resting in the tent, casually sat down and threw a thick animal skin blanket to Yun Songhai. When he was young, he had stayed in the military camp and kept watch outside many times. He knew that on such a cold night, a jug of wine and an animal skin blanket were the most effective. Seeing that Yun Songhai didn't object, Chi Wu readily drank a mouthful. "I say, big brother Yun, I want to ask you about someone. I heard that there is a genius spellcaster in the Yun mansion of Zhou State. His surname is also Yun. Do you know him?" In the darkness, with a whoosh, a five-colored magic scepter was aimed at Chi Wu. If he said one more word, a fatal flame that could melt metal and destroy bones would emerge from the magic scepter and burn a big hole in his chest. Chi Wu was already prepared. He wasn't frightened and took another sip of wine. "Don't panic. I don't mean any harm. Whether you are the real Yun Songhai or not is not important to me. I'm just curious. Why did the man who once made the four great vassal states of the mainland change their expressions and made the Zhou state rise again become like this today? He even has to use wine to maintain his magic power." Chi Wu sighed. A beauty in his twilight years and a hero at the end of his life. This was a pity of the world. Chi Wu and Yun Songhai were about the same age, but Yun Songhai and he served different masters. It was all because Yun Songhai's reputation was too prominent. Even though he disappeared without a trace afterwards, after Chi Wu recalled, he remembered him. After Chi Wu learned of Yun Songhai's strength, he was also very surprised. Why would he endure the humiliation of the young miss and travel with them? But after watching the battle between Yun Songhai and Mu Shueiyue, and after Yun Songhai kept drinking along the way, he also discovered that Yun Songhai's body was very weak, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. His magic power couldn't be used for a long time. The more powerful magic he used, the more his magic power dissipated. This is not something you should be asking about. I also did not ask why the eastern capital's little princess would appear here. Yun Songhai restrained his hostility and rudely took back the wine in Chi Wu's hand. Chi Wu shrugged. "If you don't want to say, then forget it. I have something to discuss with you. It's about the magical beast soul stone." The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yunxing woke up early. For a magician, the morning and evening were the best time to meditate. In the Yuwu mountain range, all kinds of magic power were very lush. Yunxing chose a secluded place not far from the tent and sat down to meditate. After she obtained a 5-elemental magic spirit, her magic power absorption increased by leaps and bounds. In just half an hour, she felt that her tiredness was swept away and she was full of energy. When she came back from her meditation, the others had already woken up. After eating some dry rations, Chi Wu called Huang Linger over. Yun Songhai also called Yunxing over. "Young miss, this subordinate has something to announce. We have already entered the central region of the Yuwu mountain range. This subordinate thinks that young miss can enter the central region with Miss Yunxing and hunt suitable magical beasts." Chi Wu didn't forget the Empress's instructions before they left. Everything had to be done to train Huang Linger. Chapter 51. On the other side, Yun Songhai also informed Yun Xing of this matter. This was what Qi Wu had discussed with Yun Songhai last night. He planned to let Yun Xing and Huang Ling help each other find suitable magical beasts. After hearing this news, the two girls' reactions were poles apart. Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Hunting magical beasts. From birth until now, the magical beasts she had seen were at most pet magical beasts kept in the royal cage. When had she ever killed a magical beast alone? Without the protection of Uncle Ling and Aunt Mu, how could she possibly hunt a magical beast? When Huang Ling came back to her senses, she immediately threw a tantrum and sat on the ground, crying incessantly. Aunt Mu, I don't want to enter the mountain range alone. There are so many magical beasts here. I will be eaten. Little miss, I have already discussed this matter with Maid Mu. You have to go even if you don't want to. Otherwise, I will directly throw you into the depths of the Yuwu mountain range. Qi Wu glared, scaring Huang Ling so much that she immediately stopped crying. Although she was unruly, she was not stupid at all. On the contrary, Huang Ling was very clever. No matter how she threw a tantrum along the way, once she really angered Qi Wu, she immediately became like a little white rabbit and did not move at all. On the other hand, Yun Xing's reaction was calm. The two girls stood together unwillingly. Both of you are sorcerers. In order to cooperate more tacitly, introduce yourselves first, including your magic attributes and corresponding skills. In terms of age, Yun Xing was younger than Huang Ling. Logically speaking, Huang Ling should take care of Yun Xing. But according to the current situation, it was hard to say who would take care of who. I'll go first. Huang Ling was unwilling to let this dirty-looking girl steal her limelight. She raised her head like a proud little peacock. Sorcerer, Huang Ling 7.5 years old this year. I am a wind and thunder dual-element sorcerer. She was actually a dual-element sorcerer. And a rare dual-element sorcerer of wind and thunder. No wonder she was so proud. The attributes of a mage were mainly divided into 4 main attributes, but there were also various secondary magic attributes. The main magic attribute and the magic attribute in this life also had the so-called contradictory attribute and auxiliary attribute. For example, the water and fire attributes were the typical contradictory attributes. When cultivating them, the result would be twice the effort for half the result. Huang Ling's magic attribute was wind, and her secondary attribute was thunder. With wind and thunder combined, the two complemented each other. Cultivating could be considered to be twice the result with half the effort. Magician, Yun Xing, 6 years old this year. My major is fire, and I know some ancient medical skills. Yun Xing only reported one attribute, just as Yun Songhai had said. She wasn't familiar with Huang Ling, so there was no need for her to reveal all of her trump cards. How unsophisticated. You're a sorcerer, yet you still use ancient medical skills. Huang Ling pursed her lips, looking down on Yun Xing. You're so young, but you actually know ancient medical skills. How amazing. Qi Wu's face was full of praise. He was a warrior. Compared to those arrogant potion masters, he believed in healers more. With Yun Xing's age, the magical elements that she could control were very limited. Using healing magic would only weaken her magical powers. The Yuwu mountain range they were in was rich in all kinds of herbs. It was a good place to use ancient medical skills. Seeing that Uncle Qi, who rarely praised others, was actually praising this unsophisticated girl, Huang Ling's face was full of dissatisfaction. Mu Shueiyue was afraid that the two of them would get into a conflict again, so she hurriedly urged them to enter the Yuwu mountain range. Before leaving, Mu Shueiyue repeatedly reminded them that they were only allowed to move within a radius of 30 miles. They were not to enter the depths of the Yuwu mountain range. It's getting late. There are 2 fire arrows here. Remember, you can only fire them when you're in a critical situation. We will reach you within a quarter of an hour. For the next 3 days, you must eat and sleep together. The 2 of you must advance and retreat together. Little miss, you can't throw a tantrum. Listen to Yunxing for everything. Shi Wu's words made Huang Ling so angry that her face turned red. She snorted and walked forward, ignoring Yunxing. Yunxing bid farewell to Yun Songhai. Father, I want to bring Xiao He into the mountain. Yun Songhai did not object. Yunxing carried Xiao He and disappeared into the lush vegetation with Huang Ling. Mu Shuiwei was still a little worried. Lord Qi, why don't we follow behind them? They're still young. If they encounter a powerful magical beast, they won't be able to fire the fire arrows in time. Qi Wu, on the other hand, wasn't worried. He felt that Mu Shuiwei was making a fuss over nothing. That won't happen. Both of them are offensive-type mages. Their combined magic power is enough to repel a 4th-rank magical beast. Only a 5th-rank magical beast would pose a threat to them. I've asked around. There are usually 3rd and 4th-rank magical beasts living in the middle of the Yuwu mountain range. They want a 50-year-old magical beast's soul stone. If they can get their first soul stone, it will be very beneficial for their future. After Yunxing walked for a while, Huang Ling was already standing in front of her, angrily waiting for her. When she saw her approaching, Huang Ling put her hands on her hips and acted like a big sister. You're called Yunxing, right? I don't care what Uncle Qi said just now. I'm older than you and have more magic attributes than you. You must listen to me. Yunxing did not even have the strength to roll her eyes. She carried Xiao He and walked forward. Huang Ling saw that she was being treated like air and was annoyed. She pulled out her magic staff. Stop right there. I wanted to teach you a lesson last time. Now that your lowly father is not here, see how I'll deal with you. I'll return those words to you. Yunxing grinned. A bone needle shot out from her hand and hit Huang Ling's wrist. Huang Ling felt her wrist go numb. Before she knew it, the magic staff in her hand had already fallen to the ground. She reached out to pick it up. Who knew that Xiao He, who was in Yunxing's arms, was very clever and took her magic staff with its mouth. Yunxing's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. Her fist was already aimed at Huang Ling's stomach. Yunxing was different from ordinary magicians. She had opened 2 mysterious meridians. In addition, she had eaten some magical beast meat earlier, so her physique was much better. Although she looked thin and weak, her fists were not weak at all. Her fists smashed down like raindrops. She did not use a trace of magic and threw Huang Ling to the ground. Yunxing had already tossed aside the fire beacon arrow that was meant to ask for help. With a shout, Xiao He did not hesitate and rushed forward. The woman and the beast fought. Yunxing was still shouting, Xiao He, there's no need to talk. Hit her. Hit her body, don't hit her face. Who asked you to call my father a lowly commoner? Who asked you to call me a dirty girl? How dare you ask me to call you big sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? When I was fighting in kindergarten, you were still an egg. Chapter 52. After the fight, Huang Ling was beaten up by Yunxing from head to toe, except for her face, which was still fine. She had never been beaten up like this before. When she was in the palace, her mother and brother could not even bear to slap her. Who knew that she would be bullied by a commoner and a dog today? And Yunxing hit her very cleverly. Just by looking at her skin, one would not be able to tell that she was beaten up. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Huang Ling glared at Yunxing hatefully. She was also a tough person. After being beaten up by Yunxing, she refused to cry out in pain or run back to complain. Even if she hated Yunxing to death, with her proud personality, she was not willing to turn back. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Even if you are the Queen Mother of the Jade Emperor, I will still beat you up. Next time, if you don't take care of your stinky mouth, I will sew it shut too. Yunxing waved the bone needle in her hand threateningly and made Xiao He throw the magic scepter and fire beacon arrow back to her. After being beaten up by Yunxing, Huang Ling knew that she was no match for her and was even more unwilling to follow her. Yunxing's fierce beating just now made Huang Ling mistakenly think that she was a cultivator of both magic and martial arts. She did not dare to rashly take revenge and ran away after taking back the magic scepter and fire beacon arrow. The two of them did not even listen to Qi Wu's words about advancing and retreating together. Yunxing did not plan to follow Huang Ling. Huang Ling's unruly behavior reminded Yunxing of her scumbag boyfriend's girlfriend in her previous life. She hated people who used their power to bully others. After venting her anger, Yunxing was in a good mood. Because she was with the group earlier, her hands were tied and she could not perform. Now that she was alone, she was not in a hurry to find magical beasts. Instead, she looked for all kinds of herbs in the forest. When she followed Yun Sanghai into Yuwu Market, Yunxing also noticed that there were more types of herbs and ancient medicines here than in Banana Leaf Village. Not only were there hemostatic agents, but there were also some qi-gathering elixirs and meditation water. Not only were these medicines much more expensive than hemostatic agents, but they were also relatively simple to make. As for Yunxing, she did not practice any battle techniques, so the qi-gathering elixir was not suitable for her. However, the meditation water was rather tempting to her. Everyone knew that the source of magic for mages was meditation. Take Yunxing as an example. With her current magic power, she could use up to 5 fireballs and 4 earth spikes. After using it, her magic power would be depleted. She would need about 2 hours of meditation to recover all her magic power. This was already considered fast, thanks to the high concentration that Yunxing had practiced when she was a doctor. For other mages of the same level, it would take at least an entire day to recover their mana. But with the meditation water, the recovery time could be reduced by at least 50%, and one could recover their magic power within an hour. This was very useful for the mages in the Yuwu Mountains. Yunxing had heard that the ingredients for the meditation water, the withered butterfly vine and the Yuwu fruit, were mainly produced in the Yuwu Mountains. She planned to use the local ingredients so that she could have some extra harvest when she left the Yuwu Mountains. Not long after entering the central region of the mountains, Yunxing discovered one of the medicinal plants she was looking for, the withered butterfly vine. The color of this vine was almost exactly the same as the withered leaves, but it was not easy to harvest this vine, because it was the favorite food of a magical beast in the Yuwu Mountains called the withered butterfly. The withered butterfly was a second-level magical beast of the secondary wood class. It was considered the lowest level of existence in the Yuwu Mountains, but there was a reason why it could survive and reproduce in large numbers. They were agile and liked to move around in groups. The appearance of a withered butterfly would often attract hundreds of its companions. The withered butterfly had a large amount of poisonous powder on its body. Once it touched a wound, its entire body would fester. When Yunxing found the withered butterfly vine, a large group of withered butterflies were resting on a small section of the vine. Yunxing pulled out her magic staff and softly chanted. A bright fireball hit the withered butterfly. The withered butterfly was afraid of fire, so when it was hit by Yunxing's fireball, it was sent flying. Yunxing took the opportunity to order Xiao He to bring the withered butterfly vine over. The woman and the beast did the same thing in the Yuwu Mountains, and they successfully harvested a dozen withered butterfly vines. We have enough withered butterfly vines. Next is the Yuwu fruit. According to the farmers in the market, the Yuwu fruit should grow in the northeast of the mountains, near the depths of the forest. Yunxing still remembered that Mu Shueiyue had warned them not to go too deep into the mountains. She also understood her own strength and decided not to go too deep after harvesting the Yuwu fruit. Along the way, Yunxing also met a few magical beasts, but she didn't find a magical beast soul stone that suited her. Yunxing had an all-elemental magic soul, and her magic staff didn't have any attributes. This meant that she could choose her first magical beast soul stone. According to Yun Songhai, it would be best for Yunxing to choose a fire elemental or earth elemental magical beast soul stone. This way, when she used these two types of magic, the effects would be doubled. I heard that the meditation water needs to be refined with fire in the later stages. Since that's the case, I'll choose a fire elemental magical beast soul stone. Yunxing made her choice in her heart. Next, she would go find her first fire elemental magical beast soul stone. After parting ways with Yunxing, Huang Ling also began to look for magical beast soul stones. Damn Yunxing, I must find a magical beast soul stone first. When I have one, the first thing I'll do is teach you a lesson. Huang Ling was a wind and thunder elemental sorcerer. Logically speaking, she only needed to find a magical beast with either wind or thunder elemental attributes. Originally, such a magical beast wasn't difficult to find, but the problem was that Huang Ling had a little secret in her heart. She had heard the chief lecturer in the palace say that there was a type of magical beast on the mainland. They were like human dual elemental sorcerers, having dual or even multiple magical attributes. That type of magical beast was called a mutant magical beast. If she could have a mutant magical beast soul stone, it would be an extremely eye-catching thing. But after searching for a day, Huang Ling still didn't find a suitable magical beast with both wind and thunder elemental attributes. ZZ. With a flash of lightning, Huang Ling killed another lightning fox rat. It's still only thunder elemental. Huang Ling was depressed as she kicked the palm-sized magical beast soul stone away. Looking at the sky, the moon was already above the treetops. She rubbed her stomach. She was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to it. Coincidentally, there was a flickering fire in front of her. From time to time, there would be a burst of food aroma drifting over. In the Crow Moon mountain range, there were also some hunters. At night, they would camp in the mountain range. Dong Huang Ling thought for a while. She was alone now, and she didn't know how to cook or set up a tent. She might as well go and take a look. Maybe she could stay in the other party's camp for the night. Thinking of this, Huang Ling walked towards the direction of the fire. Chapter 53. Huang Ling's luck was not bad. She really did encounter a group of 5 or 6 hunters. However, these hunters were not ordinary hunters. They were a group of bounty hunters. There were many types of hunters. There were hunters who specialized in taking on missions from the Hunters Guild. There were also bounty hunters who only recognized money and not people. There were also hunters who were only loyal to the royal family or aristocratic families. The news that a magical beast on the C-rank wanted list had broken into the Yuwu mountain range had spread throughout the surrounding counties within a few days. Among them, the most active were the bounty hunters. There were already 8 or 9 bounty hunters in the vicinity that had entered the Yuwu mountain range. When Huang Ling walked over, several people were discussing the matter of encircling and suppressing the magical beast. That magical beast seems to be very difficult to deal with. The latest news says that it might be a peak rank 5 mutated dual attribute magical beast. The one who spoke was the leader of the bounty hunters called Green Wolf, a bald, brawny man. Big brother, a peak rank 5 magical beast, and a mutated one at that. Its strength is too strong. With just the few of us, we are no match for it. I also heard that the people from Scorpion Tail encountered that magical beast early this morning. In the end, more than half of the people in the first team were killed or injured. In the end, the magical beast even escaped into the depths of the mountain range. The only female warrior in the team revealed a worried expression. This bounty hunter team had been making a living in the vicinity of Cheese City. In their team, they were all warriors, 4 men and 1 woman. Most of them were martial grand masters. Scorpion Tail was a bounty hunter of the same rank as them. However, there was a medical warrior in Scorpion Tail who was good at using poison. Even Scorpion Tail had suffered heavy losses. How much better could Green Wolf be? The information you received is incomplete. I spent 5 silver coins to obtain first-hand information. Scorpion Tail's people did not kill that magical beast, but that beast was also defeated. It was poisoned and was forced into a corner. Only then did it escape into the depths of the mountain range. The bold hunter's eyes shone with a dark light. Due to the deaths of several hunting teams, the bounty for this magical beast had risen to 200 gold coins. This was not even including the value of the magical beast itself. Magical beasts at the peak of the 5th rank were considered mid-tier among the magical beasts on the continent. Its flesh and fur, as well as the rarest mutated magical beast soul stone, could be sold for a lot of money. Mutant magical beast. When Huang Linger heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Who is it? The bold hunter was alerted. Excuse me, are the mutated magical beasts you're talking about wind and lightning magical beasts? Huang Linger couldn't wait to jump out. She really didn't waste any effort. A mutated magical beast. She actually encountered a mutated magical beast. She had finally found her first magical beast soul stone. The few hunters thought that there were magic beasts lying in ambush around them. They were shocked when they saw a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade walking out from the dark forest. This little girl was actually all alone in this remote forest. She was still holding a magic scepter in her hand. However, the magic scepter had yet to be inlaid with a magical beast soul stone. Little girl, what are you doing here alone? The only female hunter among the hunters walked over. They were all people who made a living on the continent all year round. They still had the basic eyesight. Although Huang Linger's clothes were stained with dust, they were all made of high-quality materials. The magic scepter in her hand was also the bone of a magical beast that was more than 50 years old. There was also a noble air in her actions and speech. She must be from an extraordinary family. However, since her family background was not bad, why did she go out alone without any guards? This didn't make sense. However, since she was a descendant of an aristocratic family, the bounty hunters were still very willing to make friends with her. Who knew if she would be their employer in the future? I'm here for a trial. I need a wind and lightning magical beast soul stone. The mutated magical beast you were talking about just now is what I'm looking for. If I'm not wrong, you should be bounty hunters. If you can help me catch that magical beast, I'll give you 500, no, 1,000 gold coins. Huang Linger was very generous. She quoted a sky-high price at once. Wow, I didn't expect Huang Linger to be so rich. Not far away, Yunxing, who had climbed up a tree and was looking in all directions, clicked her tongue and sighed. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. She was still worrying about the travel expenses to the Jade capital, and Huang Linger actually directly offered a sky-high reward. It turned out that after the sky turned dark, Yunxing thought that there were many magical beasts in the forest, and it was not convenient for her to light a bonfire directly. Thus, she simply climbed up the tree. After scattering some beast-repellent powder nearby, she prepared to make do with spending the night on the tree. Unexpectedly, just as she climbed up the tree, she saw Huang Linger sneakily walking in the direction of the bonfire in front. Stupidity is really incurable. Yunxing cursed in her heart. She really doesn't know what's good for her. What kind of people are bounty hunters? They are all people who recognize money and not fate. Was there a need to guess the result of exposing a huge sum of money in front of such people? On the other side, Huang Linger had no idea that when she dropped 1,000 gold coins, the eyes of the 5 hunters lit up. They looked at Huang Linger as if they had seen a little white rabbit. The 5 of them looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. Regardless of whether they could catch the magical beast or not, as long as they caught her and threatened her to write a letter to her family for a large sum of money, the magical beast would belong to them, and the ransom would also belong to them. Such a thing that fell from the sky was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Huang Linger was also very pleased with herself. Since Uncle Ji did not help her hunt for the soul stone, she would find someone to hunt for it herself. Anyway, he would not know how she got the soul stone. Little girl, I see that you are hungry. Come and eat something first to warm yourself up. Are you a sorcerer? What's your name? Where do you live? Since we are going into the mountain to hunt, we will bring you along. That female mercenary put on a kind expression and coaxed Huang Linger to come forward, passing her some food. Huang Linger took the food and ate it. That night, Huang Linger stayed with that female mercenary. The next morning, the bounty hunters cleaned up the traces of camping and brought Huang Linger into the depths of the mountain. After the bounty hunters left, Yunxing also slid down from the tree. Should we follow or not? Looking at the bottomless depths of the mountain, Yunxing had an ominous feeling. Xiao He, should we follow or not? Yunxing could not make up her mind and pulled Xiao He to be her shield. If you follow, say yes. If you don't, say no. Xiao He tilted her head and did not respond for a long time. Since silence means approval, then we will reluctantly follow and take a look. Yunxing and Xiao He followed the bounty hunters and entered the depths of the mountain. Once again, Yunxing and Huang Linger forgot Qi Wu and the others' instructions. Chapter 54. In the depths of the Yuwu mountain range, there were all kinds of tall trees. Under the shade of the trees, there was a smell of rotting leaves. We've been walking for a long time. Why haven't we seen the mutant magical beast yet? Huang Linger and the bounty hunters walked all the way. As they gradually entered the depths of the mountain range, the sun gradually disappeared and the surroundings were gloomy. The more Huang Linger walked, the more she felt that something was wrong. Soon. That mutant magical beast is very cunning. It must be hiding in the deepest part of the mountain range. Little girl, you said you came from the eastern capital. The hunters had been trying to get information from Huang Linger along the way. This little girl looked innocent, but when they asked about her family background, her mouth was tightly shut like a clam. Gradually, the hunters lost their patience. They took Huang Linger to a secluded place and stopped. What are you doing? Huang Linger was alert. She pulled out her magic scepter. What are we doing? Little girl, you want to hunt a mutant magical beast? Stop dreaming. Besides, that mutant magical beast is not a wind or thunder type mutant magical beast. I think you'd better obediently hand over your belongings and listen to us. Write a letter to your family. The bold hunter revealed his true colors. The few of them sneered and pounced on Huang Linger like eagles catching chicks. A purple lightning bolt struck down and struck the bald hunter's feet. Damn sorcerer! The bald hunter was a great martial master. He was good at fighting and dodged the purple lightning bolt. Who would have thought that Huang Ling would seize the opportunity and cast a wind-light body technique on herself? She took a step forward like an agile little beast and quickly entered the forest. They were now in the depths of the Yuwu mountain range. The terrain was uneven and the branches, leaves, and roots of the ancient trees were all over the ground. It was easy to get caught. This terrain was a good place to hide. Huang Ling relied on her light body and the help of wind magic. For a while, the 5 hunters could not catch up with her. Damned girl, you're courting death. The female warrior shouted. She took off the longbow on her body, her eyes filled with hostility. The bowstring in her hand was pulled taut, and the arrow flashed with a cold light as it pierced through the forest. Huang Linger heard the sound of arrows behind her. In a moment of desperation, she used wind magic to dodge the arrows. However, she had used her magic repeatedly and didn't have enough energy. She only managed to push the arrows away by a few inches. The sharp arrowhead drilled into her shoulder. She cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The magic scepter in her hand also rolled out. Several martial artists nimbly leaped over the thicket and landed in front of her. Huang Linger grabbed her magic scepter with all her might. The bold martial artist stepped on her wrist and spat on her body. Who asked you to run, little brat? Why haven't you spoken yet? Which family are you from? That bold martial artist was no less than 100 kilograms. When he stepped on Huang Linger's wrist, she felt as if her hand was about to break. Huang Linger whimpered. She gritted her teeth and refused to answer. You're still stubborn. Let's chop off one of her hands first. When the time comes, we'll send her hand and the letter back. Then, your family will send money over, the hunters said with a sinister smile. Yunsheng and Xiao He were hiding in the bushes not far away. Seeing that Huang Linger refused to beg for mercy, Yunsheng had a whole new level of respect for her. Although this person was a little unruly, she was also a tough person. There were 5 opponents. Among them, the woman with the longbow was the weakest. The bold hunter was the strongest. He should be around the peak of martial grandmaster. Yunsheng estimated in her heart that she had a chance of saving Huang Linger. At this moment, Xiao He, who was in Yunsheng's arms, moved. Its black fur stood on end. Its short legs arched, and it bared its teeth in the distance. Boss, did you hear something? A few martial artists were about to chop off Huang Linger's hand when there was a shuffling sound behind them. The 5 of them looked back. What they saw was terrible. 100 meters away from them stood a bulky bull beast with electricity all over its body. Its size was twice as big as the golden rhino boar that Yunsheng had seen before. It looked like a small moving fortress. It had the head of a bull, but the body of a lion. Under its back, there was a poisonous spot. The spot emitted an unpleasant smell, and the injury was still spreading. It seemed that the spot was where the other bounty hunters had poisoned it earlier. It's a wanted demonic beast. It turned out that the bounty hunters had unknowingly entered the range of this wanted demonic beast's activities. A few days ago, this big guy named Fire Lion was injured by the scorpion tail poison. It had been hiding in the depths of the mountains. Demonic beasts were bloodthirsty. When Huang Linger was shot, the smell of blood had attracted it out. Don't panic, it's seriously injured. Old 5, stay behind and look after this little girl. Old 2, Old 3, Old 4, let's go together. The bold hunter immediately decided to kill this wanted demonic beast. This was a rare opportunity. If they were lucky, their green wolf hunters could become famous in one battle. The few martial masters all released their do-chi. The bold hunter took the lead. He jumped high, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. The other 3 hunters also took out their weapons. The 4 of them surrounded the injured demonic beast in 4 directions. The fire lion bull roared and spat out a flame from its mouth. Even if a 5th-level demonic beast was seriously injured, its fighting power was not to be underestimated. Huang Linger was injured. Blood flowed from her back. As time passed, she felt her body turn cold. Suddenly, the huntress beside her let out a short cry and fell straight to the ground. Then, Huang Linger felt a chill on her back. It seemed that someone had poured a hemostatic agent on her. The hemostatic agent was surprisingly effective. As soon as the agent was applied, the blood on her back stopped. Luckily, it didn't hit the heart. Count yourself lucky. Yunxing's voice hovered behind her. It's you. I don't want you to save me. Huang Linger did not expect that the person who saved her would be Yunxing. Help, boss, save me. The shrill cry for help made the 2 of them look forward. In front of them was a sea of blood. Yunxing and Huang Linger saw with their own eyes that a hunter was torn into 2 by the fire lion bull. When the other 3 hunters saw this, they were all terrified. They did not expect that the fire lion bull, who was seriously injured, could release fighting energy that was more ferocious than usual. Go quickly. Yunxing did not dare to look anymore. She helped Huang Linger, who was scared silly, up and planned to escape. Behind them, there were 2 more screams. Needless to say, another 2 hunters were killed. The sea-level wanted demonic beast was indeed worthy of its reputation. You too. Don't think about escaping. The bold hunter, who was the only one alive, saw that the fire lion bull was extremely fierce and knew that he was no match for it. He looked around and found Yunxing and Huang Linger, who were preparing to escape. They were using these 2 girls as cushions. The bold hunter's eyes shone brightly as he caught up with the 2 girls. He grabbed Yunxing with one hand and Huang Linger with the other. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.